Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I will be here for the next 15 matches up until around about 2 o'clock local time here in the UK, bringing you the final action in Group A of Week 6. We have a runaway leader at the top of this table in Richard North, and he will take part in game number 2 today against Corrine Hammond. But we're going to start with Nathan Girvin, who had a very good day yesterday, and Alan Norris, who had a better day on Monday than yesterday. So what will we get from these two, I wonder? Well, the predicament for both of these is, if they are going to catch Richard North somehow,
81.
they're going to have a perfect day, which is exactly what Northie had yesterday, 5 wins from 5. He currently sits atop the table on 18 points, and the leg difference vastly better than anybody else at plus 21. But 18 points for Richard North.
59.
Nathan Girvin and Alan Norris are next in the table on 12 points. So someone is going to get within 4 points.
100.
Whoever that person is will be very much hoping that Corrine Hammond has a very good start to her day in taking out Northie, just to make things a bit more interesting. But you fancy with the way Richard's been playing the last couple of days,
51.
he's probably going to get the job done. I think it's fair to say that these two get on extremely well. Not only is Nathan Girvin from Scotland, but Alan Norris used to live there. So they've probably graced the same local tournaments quite a bit.
100.
Up until the last 12 months, of course, where local tournaments have become a thing of antiquity. Beautiful start here from young NVG, as he has been called. 12 darts thrown, double 16 left. Big pressure on Alan Norris to begin this match, because it's looking likely that his throw is going to be broken immediately.
40.
2 16s then. Double 4 is very good, and that corner of the board this week for Nathan Girvin has been very, very handy. His doubling overall has been excellent, and if he maintains that, he's going to have a very high finish in this table in Group A.
Maybe later, yeah.
Before a dart was thrown today, it was Nathan Girvin who had the best checkout percentage of the week.
86.
10 matches played and 43% on doubles. That, without a shadow of a doubt, is world class.
You stop breathing on that microphone. 54.
He had a finish yesterday as well of 132, and it was decidedly pretty. There's never a bad 132 checkout, of course, but the way he planted the 25, then the 57, then the bullseye, it was just a thing of beauty. He's a very, very talented young man.
85.
Now, of course, whoever wins this group, they will progress to Saturday's final.
24.
If, for instance, Alan Norris and Nathan Girvin finish behind Richard North and in spots 2 and 3 in the table, they will play
96.
on Thursday and Friday night in Group C for a bonus chance to make the finals. But one person who will not be making the finals this week is Robert Thornton, because he's not here today. He has been called up to the PDC Pro Tour as an alternate to play in the 3rd Super Series of the year. And replacing him is Ben Hazel today.
80.
So we'll welcome Mr. Ben in Game 3 and for 5 matches today. I think Nathan Girvin's had a bit of a butterfinger syndrome today. He keeps dropping his darts. I'm glad Alan's seen the funny side of it.
87.
There are some players who would get a bit cheesed off with it. Treble 17 will be the target now. Double 16 for a 2-0 lead.
Game into
And the first ton plus checkout of today goes to Nathan Girvin, and more prowess on that outer ring. I tell you what, he's getting himself a bit of a reputation as a doubles maestro. He's 2-0 up. When they played on Monday, it was game number 2, and it was a narrow win for Norris. He won 4 legs to 3 with 7 holes of throw in that match. Yesterday, it was Nathan's turn for the win, but he was the better player on Tuesday overall, and he won against Alan 4 legs to 2. And that was his first win against Alan Norris here at the Online Darts Live League, because he lost to Alan twice late last week. More signs that Nathan Girvin has improved day on day. Chuck had some issues yesterday with some pain in his lower back, so we'll watch out for that potentially on Wednesday.
41.
There was an air of the Cameron Menzies about that third dart there from Nathan. Just a bit loose, a bit loosey-goosey. Needs to get back to the rigidity in that throw, which is something that Alan Norris has definitely had in the last 10 years. But he's cutting a very frustrated figure at the start of play today.
96.
If in doubt, try a different target. Seems to be working.
171.
Oh, you bet. We haven't had any maximum 180s in this match, but that 171 is just as good.
81.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, okay. Double 19.
Oh.
He had a couple of really interesting approach shots yesterday, and checkouts, well, that would have beaten them all. Double top for another ton plus checkout.
Game into
Oh, gee whiz. How good is he on the outer ring? You just see more of him. He's 3-0 up now, but 2 ton plus checkouts and a very efficient first leg as well on his third dart at double. Just very good on the outer ring again. Making Norris pay for that slip. That range of 80 to around 130. If you're going to be a world-class dart player, that is the range you need to master. And 2 finishes that Nathan's had in this match have been in that range. For me, if you're going to practice something, I think you need to focus on the range of 60 to 130. Just get some comfort, not just with the checkouts themselves, but the transitions from one part of the board to another. You can spend a lot of time practicing treble 20s and treble 19s and treble 18s, but
60.
for me, that's the zone where you really need to put in the work.
Well,
there's a sign of that lurchy third dart from Alan Norris that we saw little bits of yesterday, courtesy of that little bit of back discomfort.
78.
But Nathan is hanging around, even though he's not playing his best game here. He is doing enough.
31.
Should be leaving a finish from 2-3-2. He isn't able to do so. Everybody knows that 2 single 20s and a 25 would leave a finish, and every player in this field would expect to do that.
60.
What kind of position can Nathan leave here with Norris struggling early?
81.
Somewhat sympathetic one there from Nathan. And Alan does not get a shot at the 130, so for 3 consecutive ton plus finishes, Nathan Girvin is looking to win this 4-0 And could.
Game 3.
Oh, look at that. Sometimes you just have to sit back and applaud. 3 ton plus checkouts in 3 legs and a 4-0 victory. A signal maybe to Richard North that Nathan Girvin is not going to give up on day 3 of Group A. He is now within 4 points. What will Richard North do in his first match against Corrine Hammond? Coming up now. Welcome back to today's Online Darts Live League. Time for Richard North to try and bolster his already healthy lead at the top of the table. The final day of Group A, of course. But amassing 20 points after this game would be some achievement for Richard North. He hasn't lost a leg so far this week against Corrine Hammond. And he will probably eye the same scoreline if he can maintain the form that he showed over the last couple of days. He may have something in his sights though, because he is someone who looks at stats and records and things like that. Richard North knows, or should know, probably will know, that the best Group A tally in the first 5 weeks was set by Mike Warburton at 26 points for 3 days' work out of a possible 30. If he has a perfect day today and amasses another 10 points, he will break the record and get 28 points for the 3 days. He will want that. That will be his motivation today. Not just getting through this group. He will want another perfect day like yesterday. And let's face it, if he plays the way he did yesterday and on Monday, he's going to get very close to it. He's been the best player in this group by some margin. An average over the first couple of days of near 95. Checkout percentage of 38%, which could have been better. Top of the 180 list with 14.
100.
Just a really, really solid professional display over the last 48 hours from this man. I've been very impressed. And he has attributed a lot of the success this week to that very long stem that he's employed in his setup. And he's causing Rinnie a lot of problems early here.
Oh, 85.
Should be a single 3 for tops. He does like the top of the shop.
43.
Early misses and early evidence of maybe why his checkout percentage for the week is a little lower than expected. Doesn't want to fiddle around with double 5 too much. And that is why
6.
he rejects the option of going back to double 5 by busting the score. But he may be on the end of a break of throw here. If Rinnie gets the bull. Oh, that'll sting a little bit. And that's a great way to get your first leg against Northie this week. A bullseye checkout early for Rinnie Hammond. And all of a sudden, Mr. North has got something to think about. Corrine at the bottom of the table after the first couple of days. So she is fresh in the knowledge that she will be in the bottom 3. Of the table, of course, which promotes them to the same time slot on Thursday and Friday in Group B, where Vinny will be joined by Wes Newton, Jared Cole and Fallon Sherrick. Interesting group, that. It won't be me covering that for you. It will be Chris Mason, who returns to the hot seat tomorrow.
56.
And Northie's got some stuff to think about here. Everything was starting fine. He was scoring well. 43 left after 12 darts in leg 1. Missed a couple of shots. At tops, 10s, double 5.
16.
Corrine snuck up and took that first leg, and he has not scored well at the beginning of leg 2. Just got to reset the machine, which he seems to be doing quite well.
140.
That'll settle him down a bit, gets him back in the leg. This is a very impressive beginning for Corrine Hammond.
180.
She has been under the pump a lot the last couple of days from some very good performances, particularly from this guy. But she has hit 10 180s for the week now. And she's in position to take a 2-0 lead against the table topper. Missed the single by quite some way there.
29.
And just gives Richard one opportunity to snag this leg. Could do so.
99.
Not quite. To be halfway to a shock victory. Corrine Hammond is finishing beautifully here. She's hit 2 doubles and one of them a bullseye out of 3 shots. So if she gives herself plenty of opportunities, she could be in for the upset here. Well, this will focus the mind of Northie, won't it? He will understand that
1-4.
he's not going to canter to the Group A title. He won't have even contemplated the thought of playing tomorrow and Friday. He will think, get the 24 points, win 3 games out of 5, that'll be good enough. Or if he is really focused, like he usually is, he will eye that record of 28 points. But full credit has to be paid to Corrine Hammond, the way she has performed so far in this match. This has been one of her best displays of the week so far. Early on Monday, she should have beaten Robert Thornton. She was in a great opportunity to get that done. She missed 6 match darts in the same leg and consequently lost it from 3-1 up.
81.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye if he gets the second one. Maybe that treble 5 did him a favour. Just took that out of play. Fails to get the treble 19, which would have left a 170 of her own. But Northie to get a foothold in this match needs to go north, Richard.
Yeah, M3.
And Richard North does get a 15 darter to get his first leg of the contest. Maybe the shock of the first couple of legs has dissipated a little bit and now he can get back to business. But interesting game this one. I'll be interested to see who wins leg 4. If Corrine can hold here, she will have 3 different leg opportunities to get the win.
45.
She has only won 1 game this week so far, and that was against Nathan Girvin. That was a hard fought 4-3 in match 6 of Monday, where she averaged around about 87.5, hitting 1 out of 3 on her doubles.
100.
Without a doubt the best performance of her week, where she's averaged predominantly around the 75 mark, almost 20 short of Richard North.
140.
Just playing a tiny bit quicker today.
180.
That pause before she propels the dart forward is a lot shorter than it was yesterday. And she is getting the most 180s in this match. She's got 2.
140.
North's got none. She's also better in the double statistics. 2 out of 3, 67%. Richard North, 15%.
41.
Oh, that's a costly small one though. Has he found the 60 with dart 2?
1. Really,
Really beautiful second dart. How he got past that long stem in flight, I've got no idea. And as a result of hitting that small 17, Corrine cannot finish that 135. And you would expect Northie to equalise here. Double 3.
Yeah, and 3.
Oh, that's a big dart, you know, because if he doesn't get that and Corrine takes out her double, he's in huge trouble. So that's a gutsy shot from a confident player. It's 2-2 after 4 legs. You know that double 3 is the same size as all the other doubles. It doesn't feel that way when you throw a dart as upright as Richard North. You're throwing from a tall angle. You're throwing down on that double. And certain players are used to that. The likes of Benito van der Pas, Vincent van der Voort, Vincent Kamphuis especially. And of course the
95.
likes of Titus Karnik and Gabriel Clemens, who are all very tall. But players like Richard North, who are not of that same stature, they're not used to throwing down at doubles.
100.
He prefers the doubles towards the top of the board. So double 3 is a very different proposition. It's one of the reasons why you've got to get used to the way you throw it each and every double around the board. To be proficient, you don't know what you're going to leave. Got to be ready for everything.
44.
Northie seems to have taken charge of this match by the finest of margins, really.
47.
He could so easily have been 3-1 down and in huge trouble of losing his first match
Oh,
since
47.
his second match on Monday, which is where he lost 4-1 to Robert Thornton. It's quite the streak he's got going. 8 straight matches he's won. He will not want to let that streak go. I suppose the question is, will he go into Saturday's finals with a 13-match unbeaten run going? Tops to be within 1.
Yeah, and 3.
He doesn't choose to move back to the centre of the oche after just scooching to the left a little bit for that shot at tops. He's done a very good job of getting this game by the scruff of the neck after being 2-0 down. He is now firmly back in charge. He's elevated his average towards 92. Corrine's has stagnated around the 80 mark. She hasn't had a shot at a double in the last 3 legs.
43.
And that is because of the heavier scoring of Northie. When she gets to a double, she doesn't have a problem.
Oh, 28.
But there are definitive phases of darts in this format. It's a bit like golf. You've got the driving, the approach, and the putting. Of course, the short game in between.
44.
The scoring element, and the doubling, and the approach play. It's all in there with a leg of 501. You've got to be good at everything. You can't get the ball in the hole, and you can't get the dart in the double unless you score well. Really powerful last dart. Takes a really skilled dart player to be able to find that small gap between the 2 darts. You can sense the confidence that Northie is starting to feel with this new setup of his. He is 140'd massively in this game. Not one maximum, but now 8 140s in 6 legs. And that has been the difference between the 2 of them. Two double tops. Oh, I'm fully expecting him to hit that because the lie was so prime. But just to get a shot, Goes to show how well he has recovered in this match. A really, really good performance from a tricky position. And he can finish it off with one more double top,
Yeah,
which he
5-5.
does. Richard North survives a little scare at the start from Corrine Hammond, but he does get his third win over Rinnie over the last 3 days, and that bolsters his points total to 20 points, and he's still got 4 matches to go. We're going to welcome Ben Hazel to today's action. He's going to play in match number 3 against Jamie Kelling. Welcome back to today's play with the Online Darts Live League, and it's time to welcome that man in a very fetching shirt. You're not going to miss this guy today, are you? The 30-year-old from Wilmer Green in Hertfordshire. That is a statement shirt. I think you should be playing for the LA Rams or something like that. Well, Jamie Kelling has got the playing polo on today with just a little bit of trim. He looks fairly understated compared to Ben. But Jamie had a very good day yesterday. Much improved After only picking up 2 points on Monday, he picked up 6 yesterday. So he's not going to win the table because he's already 12 points adrift of Northy. But a good day today could see him progress to Group C for tomorrow night instead of playing in the 6-person Group B tomorrow. Speaking of Group C, that is where we last saw Mr. Ben. In Group 3, beg your pardon, Week 3
57.
in Group C. He had a pretty good time of it too. He won on his debut day 2 matches and lost 3. Beat Kelling K 4-1 and Josh Richardson 4 legs to 3. Then he had a better day the next day on the Friday night, where he won 4 of his 5 matches and did progress to the Week 3 finals.
95.
Didn't have a good time in the finals though. Lost all 4 of his matches on the Saturday night. And eventually the Week 3 title went to James Richardson. But good experience for Ben, who hasn't had a great deal of competitive action since playing in his first World Championship
180.
at the start of 2020. He gets his first maximum in the first leg of the day.
140.
Plodding on at a very nice pace here, these two. It's a lovely action he has. Very methodical. It's a good push
99.
forward with that right arm. Not a great deal of wrist action, which I like to see.
121.
But it is 70 points for Mr. Ben. And now it's 88.
54.
Only just misses out. I expected that one just to plop in that 16 segment to finish this first leg in 15 darts. But he has another opportunity now to finish things off in 6 visits.
Game shot in
And
1.
that's what he gets. A very, very tidy opening 16 dart salver there from Mr. Ben. But that shirt, I'm still trying to get it out of my mind. So many colours, so little time. Into leg 2 we go. Now, Jamie yesterday was really good. After a very frustrating Monday where
140.
he really didn't have anything his own way until he played in match 15 against Corrine Hammond. He started yesterday with another win against Corrine. But after that he played some much improved stuff.
41.
And he eventually had the best performance of the entire day yesterday in beating Alan Norris 4 legs to 1. He averaged 98 and hit 2/3 of his doubles. That was a bit of an eye-catching win, that one. So far wins for Nathan Girvin by 4 legs to 0 against Alan Norris and 4-2 for
45.
Richard North with a 92 average against Corrine Hammond. 3 ton plus checkouts in a row from Nathan Girvin earlier
140.
in that first match. Quite astonishing. Reminiscent of what we saw from Conan Whitehead in the finals last week, where he got 3 in a row.
45.
121 coming in for Jamie Kelling. He went for the treble 7.
81.
Good approach. He's got a huge advantage here. Interesting, he was going for the 1-2-1 there. It was 2 121s and a 123 checkout from Conan Whitehead in the finals on Saturday. Got him 3 ton plus checkouts. Well, it's just 40 here for Jamie Kelling, but it is a 13 darter, and that is a really good answer to the 16 darter of Ben Hazel in leg 1. We could be in for a very good match here. So let's continue. Leg 3 coming in. Yes, he had a very good World Championship, did Ben Hazel, when he played
66.
at the beginning of 2020. Would have been a bit of a surreal experience for him because
85.
that was the first BDO World Championship that's played away from Lakeside in quite some time. All the same, making the last 16 on debut, that
140.
is a very, very decent effort and a good indication of how good a player he is. He beat Joe Cheney of the United States and then beat the seasoned Gary Robson in the last 32, only to lose out 4-3 to the Dutchman Chris Landman. If you'd have won that game, you would have had a crack at the eventual champion Wayne Warren,
60.
but it wasn't meant to be. So far in this match, Jamie Kelling is bossing the average statistics, averaging over 102.
180.
But the 180s have been taken by Ben Hazel. Good timing on that one. On the throw, needing something big. And for me, that is when you need the big score. To set up this easy out. I see easy. Still got to hit it. And he has not hit it. Richard North came close to this checkout at the end of the last match. And Jamie goes the same way.
94.
Leaves exactly the same after 3 darts that Northie used. The likelihood is though that he doesn't get a chance. Or does he?
20.
Well, big moments here. Because Kelling is in to strike for a break of throw.
Yeah, 1.
And that's what he does, looking way more confident than he was 48 hours ago. He had lots of problems on doubles on Monday, but yesterday the confidence from Tuesday is seeping into Wednesday and he has a break of throw. Dangerous player, Jamie Kelling. He's like everybody else. When you have a bad day, you have a bad day. But he has this lovely relaxed attitude to the game. And after getting an early win yesterday, it really did help him to shoot forward.
125.
Going to sleep last night, Jamie Kelling will have thought to himself,
60.
where do I think I can position myself by the end of Wednesday? He knew in his heart of hearts that he was not going to get close to Richard North. He is way in the distance.
100.
But a win in this match gets him to 10 points in the table, within 4 points of Nathan Girvin, and he will think to himself, if I have another good day, like I had in week 2, where I substituted for Jamie Caven when he was injured, he got 10 points that day. If he can do that again, there's no reason why he can't get second spot in the table. As for Ben Hazel, he has not had Robert Thornton's points migrated to his name. It's not the way it works. He is starting from scratch today, just for the one day. And of course, the likelihood is he will play
100.
tomorrow during the day and the same on Friday to play in Group B.
95.
Nice lead from Jamie. Can Ben take care of business here? He let the last leg slip.
58.
I haven't had a 170 this week. And we're not going to get one here.
134.
We do get the next best thing though. Again, he positions himself well in case Ben has problems on the outer ring.
Don't show him
Doesn't happen this time though. Ben Hazel with his second 16 darter of the contest draws level at 2-all, and this game may be just beginning. Best of 7 of course throughout, and we're going into leg 5 now. Important break back there for Mr. Ben. I was listening to the radio this morning and they were covering a lot of
91.
stuff about the retirement of Barry Hearn from Matchroom Sport. I think it was a great tribute to the person who has transformed this sport over the last 20 to 25 years. And we have a lot to thank Mr. Hearn for, and of course his family business Matchroom Sport. I think the majority of us look in the mirror now and say we wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for Barry Hearn and his efforts. So I'd like to pay a thank you to Mr. Hearn, who has definitely helped me in my career. This looks good.
140.
Didn't shove that dart through the air enough with pace to try and sneak it in that small gap at the bottom.
140.
Averages have levelled out now. 85 for Ben Hazel, 87 for Jamie Kelling after being around 102 after 2 legs. Based on the way that Jamie has played throughout the entire week, this is an improvement. His running average before this game began was 81, which isn't bad darts, but he can play better than that.
140.
And it always seems like Ben Hazel is first to a finish in this game. Kelling is waiting for the opportunity if Ben misses. He will be amazed that that dart has not fallen into the double top. He's got every right to scratch his head. And he would have if Jamie had hit 2 double 18s. But that shot at double 18 was wild. Double 10. And Ben Hazel is now 3-2 up. And you have to say that he does deserve it. Throughout the entire match, he has scored the more consistently. And he has found himself at the double more often, first, ahead of his opponent, Jamie Kelling. Don't forget about the fact that tomorrow and on Friday, we have double the amount of darts we have during the day darts, of course, and same time slots with the Online Darts YouTube channel.
42.
And you can, of course, watch via the streaming capabilities of your favoured bookmaker sites. If you are having a gamble today, please do so responsibly. It is 18 plus only. And begambleaware.org for more information on that. So tomorrow's session we will welcome Newton, Jared Cole and Fallon Sherrick will return.
100.
But tomorrow night, Wolfie's back. Should go downstairs now.
99.
Sensible. You don't want to be on 259. You'd much rather be on 260. You're thinking ton 140, 180, stay straight and leave something manageable. Try and get rid of that odd number at the end of your score as soon as possible. Problem is, when you stray away from the 20s,
82.
you've then got to go back downstairs to fix the situation. Well, he's done a decent job of that. Kelling is approaching double very, very well. It's his responsibility now to take us to the 7th leg for the very first time today. Double 4.
Yeah, and 2.
Yeah, no problem. 3-3, and you get the feeling that this game was always going to be close. It has proven to be so. We are going to leg 7, and yesterday there was only one 4-3 scoreline, and Jamie Kelling won that match. Beg your pardon, he lost that match 4-3. I'm looking at the wrong side of my sheet here. Yesterday we had 15 games, and the first 14, none of them were 4-3. The last one
180.
was 4-3 to Richard North. It was a hard-working affair. But the ideal beginning
140.
from Hazel and a very decent response from JK. Oh, that's unfortunate
40.
though. From a 3-2-1 position to only leave 281 after 6. That is a mistake.
100.
Kelling gets in touch.
$59.
All things starting to go wrong after that perfect start to leg 7. Kelling did the right thing there, going for the 17s. But they're neck and neck pretty much. That was a risky dart, but it paid off.
140.
As did that one. They were beautifully delivered. Got to go 19s now. And you can see from him turning away from the board that he was not too pleased with that effort. 82 to get a very hard-working 2 points.
26.
Won't be happy with that 26. I can guarantee you that. 164 possible.
96.
His approach play in this game has been excellent, but Kelling has always been waiting for the miss from Hazel. Match start number 2,
46.
and he has been given one chance to nick this, to get to 10 points for the week. He needs double top. That was a wire pusher. He thought that was in. He couldn't see it because of the single 20. He was praying that it was in, but it didn't drop enough. Well, now, Ben has got to find match start number 4.
That was short.
And he's bust the lot. He's pulled that right into the double 17. And Kelling will think it's his birthday. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't take advantage. Livid with himself. After starting this leg with a maximum 180, he's on double 5 after 21 darts. Couldn't ask for 2 better guides.
Oh, wow.
And somehow
Nice
he
one.
has pinned that wire 3 times. Can Kelling find double 5?
Yeah, and 1.
Yes, he can. That's a bit of a steal, that one. And Ben Hazel has let that one slip. He did everything right at the start. It all started to get a bit stuttery. He gave himself the chances to win the match. But I lost count of how many match darts he missed there. I'll do a bit of a mental jot up in a second. But let's go into the next game, which is Richard North against Nathan Girvin, because that's a really, really important game. We could see The challenge for the top of the table ended in the next match. Game number 4 already of Wednesday's play. And after Ben Hazel missed 8 match darts to beat Jamie Kelling, Kelling stood up and took his 10th point of the week. This one is rather important though, because you have the number 1 spot in the Group A table in Richard North and number 2 with Nathan Girvin. Because of the gap that has been created by Richard North, the scenario is very, very simple. If Northie wins this match, he will go to 22 points and create an 8-point chasm between himself and Nathan Girvin, and as a result of that chasm,
30.
nobody will catch him. He could have this group won by 10:45 local time on a Wednesday.
140.
And his remaining 3 games today will possibly be to create a new point
47.
record in Group A. Got to stay focused though, because he did survive an early scare against Corrine Hammond earlier, did Rich North. And Nathan Girvin, the king of the ton plus outs today,
100.
has started buoyantly. Slow start here from Richard. Nathan's just plodded away, leaving himself a
58.
familiar looking ton plus out at the start of leg 1. Well, he went for the treble 18 for double 19. I'm not sure about that play there, but maybe he was just trying to set up something with Richard way north of 170.
Well,
In retrospect, I
24.
think he did a very smart job there. Double 10.
No score.
I'm not sure he'll be pleased with any of those 3, especially the first one. But you could say that they were early sighters in this match.
140.
And that was maybe a sighter for Richard North for the start of the next leg. Because this leg is done and dusted in 19 darts for Nathan Girvin, who does need to win this match. And every match after this, if he is going to trouble the man on the other side of the hockey, Richard North, who throws first in leg 2. The performance from Nathan Girvin in match 1, absolutely sublime. It was only an 82 average, but it was one of those games where it looked better than that. checkouts of 102, 117, 113.
140.
Just supreme finishing. In a week where that has been his biggest strength.
100.
His checkered percentage in that match against Alan Norris was 67%, which we've seen a lot from players this week. But we've seen more performances like that from Nathan than anybody else. Maybe the one thing that has been lacking from Richard North is a tiny bit more sharpness on the outer ring, but he has scored so brilliantly
47.
that he's given himself more chances than anybody else. So if you could amalgamate the finishing with the scoring power of Richard North this week, you'd have a darting beast. 74 for an equal game. A prime 42 and a beautiful 32. What was I saying about finishing for Richard North? Because that was as good as you'll see on a 74 checkout. He's levelled this one up at 1-1. He does have to break Nathan Girvin in this match. Can he get the break in leg 3? There's an air of relaxation about Richard today. I'm looking at him at the back of the room there. And he is a watcher. And by that,
131.
I mean he watches everything his opponent does. What he hits on the dartboard. Or what she hits on the dartboard, of course. And as soon as I say that, he starts looking at the carpet. Thanks for letting me down there, Northie. He's a very inquisitive person.
100.
And I mean that in a good way. He likes to watch and learn and figure out what other people do. Is there something they do that I can learn from? Well, he's learned that the very long stem is very useful from Luke Humphreys.
100.
Good pal of his, who was having a very good 2021. I suppose Luke Humphreys is a motivational figure for the likes of Nathan Girvin as well, because of what he's achieved this year and in previous years. 170 was possible.
130.
Look at that bullseye. Very central. If only he'd got the second 60. Nathan's got a shot at the ball. But not for the first time today. He's dropped the dart. Not far off.
58.
He was shown the way by Northie. Will he be shown the door?
That's that.
He is shown the door in 13 darts. A definitive kick here from Northie. Finding that range on the treble 20 and the outer ring. He has been perfect so far on that outer ring in this match. 2-1 up. Dangerous to think that Richard could play the rest of the day in the knowledge that he will make the finals.
140.
And he can then go to town on other people without any pressure. I sense he's the kind of player that will
60.
possibly improve. He doesn't have the pressure of trying to make the finals, knowing that he's already there.
51.
In all the groups that I've covered so far with the Online Darts Live League, this has been the most dominant from one person.
136.
And a little gasp from Richard North was really interesting there on 341, because he was trying to get the 171 maximum downstairs to leave the 170. He's being creative already. Just really, really good. I'm not sure why he went for the 180, but he got it anyway. Is he going to have some fun today?
121.
Does he know he's going to win this match? Well, the way he's playing, I'm not going to say no,
Yeah, and 2.
because he is starting to relax and he's starting to perform. This is really, really good. And you may see from Richard North the rest of the day what he can actually do. This is going to be exhibition style stuff from here. You can just tell. By far and away the best average of the week coming into today's play. Around 95 for 10 matches. That's a great showing. If he'd have done that on the PDC Pro Tour for the first 10 matches of his season, he might not have been far away from titles.
140.
And he seems extremely comfortable playing
60.
at this level. We've seen from other players that the key to big success is being comfortable averaging 100.
40.
So maybe that is the next step for Richard in the coming 12 months.
100.
Plenty of time to negotiate the 140 for Nathan,
26.
but that doesn't help. This leg is not over yet. Look at that beautifully
90.
glided dart into that treble 20. That's something I could never do. Nathan Girvin can hit a ton plus checkout,
74.
and he almost had his 4th of the day. Come on then, Richard. 180 leave double one.
140.
I'm sure that's what he was thinking. I'm sure that's what he was thinking. Double 10 to stay in the match.
30.
Not meant to be, and Richard North is on the cusp of Saturday's finals already.
Oh,
Oh, big miss though. 25. Another 17. Oh, you've got to get the 17!
34.
Well, that all went wrong.
No score.
It is double 4 for Richard North to progress. 1 dot left, and he hasn't done it. Maybe just a little bit flustered by what happened in the previous visit. Nathan Girvin gets 2nd down and 10. A somewhat scrappy 5th leg, which saw Richard North miss the board, which was a bit of a surprise. But now he's got to forget about that because he still has 2 leg opportunities to get the job done. It is 3-2 to Northie currently. Even when you want to play it in that relaxed manner, you've got to have a solid amount of focus. Got to be able to forget the things that have gone wrong. Even things like that may not cost you the match.
26.
Trying to figure out why the 25 and bull came into play there. I think he was trying to leave himself on 360 or better. Just trying to leave a favourable number so he can stay straight and leave a finish possibly within 6 darts.
60.
This is a new tactic that has come in with the likes of Girvin Price, Mensah Sudovic and Richard North over the last 2 or 3 years. They're looking to leave a favourable number in the 300s. He's starting to spray them high,
40.
left, low. He's got to be really careful here because Nathan Girvin's not going to stop. He knows that if he can somehow win this match, he's still in with a shout, albeit a slim one.
48.
I sense that Northie's relaxing too much now.
38.
statistically, this is the worst performance of the week for Richard North, and it wasn't that way about a leg and a half ago. Things have just gone wrong.
85.
Currently averaging 84.5 to Nathan's 82.
49.
He's got one chance here to win 4-2. 2 more darts. 1 more dart at double 14. Oh, and that was the chance
40 left.
to win it. Multiple match darts have gone. That just about leaves tops. And we're going all the way. Unbelievable game, really. You think that Nathan Girvin is the stronger at the start, and then all of a sudden Richard North kicks in, and the next thing you know, Nathan Girvin is back in the match via the missed match darts from Richard North. Down to a 4-3 for the second match in a row we go. Four match darts missed by the man from Romsey.
134.
He had to work extremely hard to win against Jamie Kelling last night. Or yesterday afternoon even. He ended up putting in a 94 average with only 26% in his doubles and getting that 4-3 win. But his unbeaten streak
93.
is under threat. His unbeaten streak is currently 9 matches
100.
to get to double figures. He needs to break the throw of Girvin, and he has done job 1. He's got the darts.
98.
Firmly in charge. One more score with 2 big trebles is all he needs, really.
140.
And there it is. Number 6 in the 140 column. It's arguably the best one he's hit in the entire match.
44.
Double 18 to forget about all the other mismatched darts.
Yeah, second.
And it is number 6 that goes in. And he has found his way to the finals on Saturday. Nobody's going to catch Richard North today, but it's all about league position now as we go into match number 5, which is Alan Norris and Jamie Kelling. Game number 5 sees us begin the quest to find out where everybody will finish in the table today, because nobody is going to catch Richard North. Undefeated in 10 straight matches now, and winning his first 2 today has seen him to an unassailable 22 points. He has one job left really today, and that is to potentially have a second perfect day and get to a record 28 points for a Group A campaign in the 2021 Online Darts Live League.
And it's Jamie throwing first. Game on.
Good game, mate.
Jamie Kelling returns after a very narrow 4-3 win over Ben Hazel.
140.
I think it's fair to say he was counting his chickens after that game because
1, 2, 3.
8 match darts were missed by Ben Hazel to give him those 2 points. And as a result, he gets to 10 himself,
100.
which is in solo 4th position behind North, Girvin and Norris in that order. A large win in this game will see Jamie Kelling go above Alan Norris, who has been visibly struggling the last day and a bit.
30.
Just to reiterate, who will go to Group B and Group C,
85.
positions 2 and 3 in this table from Group A will go to Group C, which will begin at 9:30 p.m. British time tomorrow. Group C, which will have positions 4, 5 and 6 from Group A, will begin at 9:30 a.m. via the usual channels. The frustration of this game so far, and maybe the pain that he's in,
100.
is painted all over the face of Alan Norris. We do hope that it doesn't keep coming back, but you can see from that thrust of the right side of his body that it may be a shooting pain that he can't control. It's going to be really difficult for Jamie Kelling to stay concentrated in this small room.
47.
He just has to do his own thing. Tops for an opening hold.
Yeah, 1.
Very, very tidy. And he wants more of that today. On Monday, it was a bit messy. It was a little messy yesterday, but it grew and it grew and it grew into something very tidy indeed. He's had a messy start, but that was pretty tidy there. I've said it on many occasions that if you think delivering darts over the course of hours is easy, you're very mistaken. And I can say from experience in the last 12 months that delivering darts whilst injured or whilst in pain is even worse. It's a very enjoyable game to play when you're pain free.
100.
When you have something wrong with, say, a sciatic nerve, or in my case the ulnar nerve in my elbow, it makes your
40.
brow perspire and you can't take your mind off it. Judging by the area of the lower back
140.
that Alan is clutching there, it could well be the sciatic nerve. It's something that a few dart players have struggled with, particularly Mervyn King in the past.
60.
He lost a few pounds and sought some advice about that, and he's looked a different beast since getting that done. Bullseye. And Jamie Kelling has got that
85.
lovely fortunate small 14 to leave double 18. This would be to elevate his average somewhat. Double 9. He decides on leaving double 4. I think that was the right thing to do. At least with double 4 you can break it down twice. Oh, that's a really big pull into the 5. He did not envisage that.
36.
Double 4 then. You left it, Jamie,
Yeah, and 2.
and you have taken it. A lovely little sound of that dart hitting the barrel as it glides its way into that double 4. It's such a lovely sound for a dart player to hear, providing that the point hits the double 4, of course, which it just did there on his 17th dart of the leg. Steady 87 average here for Jamie. Like I say, with a huge victory here, like a 4-0 or a 4-1, he could go above Alan Norris. Currently the Norris
36.
leg difference for the week is +2. Jamie's is -4. So if there is a 6-leg swing, they would be level on leg difference and on points. But because their head-to-head this week is 1-1, and Jamie would win this match potentially, he would go ahead on the head-to-head record for now. A little bit of a smirk there from Jamie. I'm sure it's not the first time he's played a dart player who's been having a bit of a mid-game gripe. I myself have been involved in a few of those matches where you can't help but have a little smile.
85.
I might tell you a little tale in the next leg about one of my favourite opponents in my career, in Adrian Lewis. But nothing is going Alan's way here.
41.
Lacking a bit of confidence because he knows he's not 100%. It's a great first dart
Yeah, and 2.
and a great second one as well. That's a 14 darter from Jamie Kelling and a visible improvement in confidence coming into this game. 3-0 up, and if he does win 4-0, then he is going to be in third place in the table. I promised you a little tale of
41.
players having a mid-game gripe. Well, I remember playing Adrian Lewis in my first World Championship in the last 32, and we were having a great game. Or at least I thought we were. Adrian was walking past me and talking in my ear as he was going past me. I didn't react to it. I thought,
100.
I can't react to this guy. I didn't know him at the time. He was missing doubles and saying things like, "Oh, it's your lucky day, isn't it?"
100.
And I thought, yeah, it is. So I would just go up and hit my double. I learned a lot about modern darts in that game, I can tell you that. But it wasn't the only time I was whispered in my ear by certain players. I've had that from Taylor, I've had that from Painter, I've had it from Manley, Hankey. All entertaining stuff.
100.
This has been a very, very good display from Jamie Kelling, it has to be said. He's left himself 74 again. He took it out in 2 darts in the last leg for a 14 darter. He's looking to repeat the trick.
69.
He's not going to repeat the exact trick, but he might repeat the leg win.
54.
1 match dart missed. Double top.
Oh,
That was very creative.
20 left.
Treble 16 first on 98. Don't think I've ever seen that before. Double 5.
Yeah, 3.
And Kelling has found it with his 4th match dart. That puts him in 3rd position in the table currently. We know he's not going to catch Richard North, but he might be eyeing up trying to catch Nathan Girvin. We're going to take a bit of a break from that as we go towards the bottom of the table, with Ben Hazel now taking on Corrine Hammond. Match number 6 coming in now, and this one is for a bit of pride. We do know that Richard North has won Group A with that unassailable 22-point tally at the top. Got an important game coming up next, I can tell you that. Between Nathan Girvin and Jamie Kelling, who has just won with an 88 average and 4 out of 11 on his doubles, giving Alan Norris only 2 shots at a double in the entire match. And that will be for the battle for second space behind Richard North, who will play this man in his next match. You wonder if Ben has forgotten about all of those missed match shots from his first performance of the day. The only thing he did wrong was miss the match darts, of which there were 8.
85.
So these guys have not played each other this week because obviously Ben came in this morning for Robert Thornton, who has had
On full.
a Super Series call-up. And everybody at the Online Darts Live League wishes Robert the very best of luck in Germany this weekend.
39.
What a story that would be. No tour card, but he gets the invite. Imagine if Robert Thornton has a big week. It would be typical Robert if he did that.
45.
I get the feeling that Robert will be loving going to Germany to hang out with the likes of Mervyn King and Steve West, his 2 old pals.
45.
These two, predominantly BDO over the last few years. Of course, played WDF stuff as well.
100.
Ben Hazel with the 1 BDO title, winning the Vilnius Open in 2018. If you don't know where Vilnius is,
140.
you obviously don't know much about Darius Labanauskas, do you? Because it's in Lithuania. I hear it is a beautiful country. I've never been there before. Maybe in the future. Definitely a rising area within Northern Hemisphere darts. The likes of Estonia and Lithuania and Latvia.
180.
And that is a beautiful maximum from Corrine, who is from the Southern Hemisphere, of course. Here's Ben Hazel. Just about to say going to break her heart in this first leg.
134.
Well, Corrine has got it in her hands. Very good leg so far. This is tricky.
6.
Too tricky. Hazel put the pressure on. And he has found double 12 for a 17 dart. Break of throw. Well, Corrine Hammond did everything right in that leg apart from hit the double at the end. And Ben knows plenty about that after missing 8 match darts earlier. So will he stretch his legs a little bit in this one to make things a bit more comfortable than they were against Jamie Kelling? With Robert Thornton's points off the league now, and obviously all of the wins against Robert still to the advantage of the players who played him the last couple of days. The league is bunched up now. We've got
39.
Hammond at the foot of the table on 2 points, with Ben Hazel on 0, but he's only played 1 match, of course. Then we have to jump all the way to Jamie Kelling on 12 points, and Alan Norris on 12 points, but Jamie's above Alan now on leg difference. And then Nathan Girvan on 14 and Northie on 22. Not just points up for grabs today, but bragging rights as well.
45.
Most of the games today are the third game of the week that these guys will have played against each other. And some people are trying to settle their head-to-head records
40.
to see who the best player of the week is. I've seen Nathan Girvin lose twice to Alan Norris at the back end of last week, but this week he's won 2 of the 3. Richard North has won all 3 against Corrine.
97.
Richard has also won all 3 against Nathan Girvin, which has been key in keeping him at bay in the table. Jamie Kelling has won the battle with Alan Norris. That's 2-1 to him.
22.
And in the next match, Nathan playing Jamie. Well, Nathan's already won 2 games against Jamie Kelling, so he's got the head-to-head.
95.
But that is still an important game. Corrine showing her calculating prowess there, using the 19s to leave the 170. Pretty commonplace these days to do that.
45.
Wasn't always so, but I think a lot of players these days have learnt from the likes of Simon Whitlock and a lot of the Dutch players from, say, 10 years ago who showed us different ways of leaving finishes, and we've all utilised those tactics well in our own careers. We may be seeing a changing of the guard when it comes to the Premier League as well, with Dimitri Vandenberg at the
43.
top of the league and Nathan Aspinall flying high. The usual suspects, not so usual.
60.
Two treble 20s for double 12, which is a double that he got for the first leg. But the scoring in this leg has been on the side of a milk carton. 16 for Bull, which he gets the treble for double 9.
In 3.
Oh, very good. I said the scoring was missing, but the doubling has been excellent. There you have an 85 checkout. Done somewhat the tricky way, but double 9 does get hit, and it is 1-1. I remember having a conversation with Corrine before she made the final of the Ladies World Championship
58.
back in 2017. She was saying that she didn't feel at home on the stage. She wasn't sure what was going to help her crack playing on the big stage at somewhere like Lakeside. So we had a conversation about where she does feel comfortable. And she was saying the Maldives, and she had a big smile and a laugh about the fact that everybody would feel comfortable there. And I said, it's pretty simple. You have to find comfort on the stage and believe that you are where you're comfortable. So think about being in the Maldives when you're up there. She had an edgy game in the start of that campaign against Patricia Farrell of
44.
Canada. But after that, she played some excellent darts and was thoroughly deserving of making that final. I think it's fair to say that since then, she has become
96.
an even better player. Gracing the final of the World Masters as well. Getting to the thick end of tournaments all the time. And that win at the 2017 British Open,
100.
I think she would probably hold that the highest honour of her career so far. Huge title. She has won others. German Masters champion, Isle of Man Classic as well. That German Masters was her most recent ranking title. That was in 2019.
87.
But she's not been caused a great deal of problems by Ben Hazel in this match. She's holding her own
140.
and growing in confidence. After losing to Richard North by 4 legs to 2 earlier.
Oh, come. 66.
Now where does she go for the 90 here? With Ben on 150. Safe route. Bullseye.
65.
She hit it earlier to get her first leg of the day. Another one of those. Got to throw this hard. Went for the open bit. Should have looked at the flight and thrown it really, really hard.
78.
Just to try and nestle it in for a shot of double 18, but couldn't quite execute it. Double 8 for the lead.
Oh, 9.
Not meant to be. At least 51. It's going to go 11 for tops.
Same choice.
Good plan. He took a little look at the single 19 for double 16, but I get the feeling he wasn't too comfortable on it. Then he went north. 11 and tops was the right play in the end because he has found himself 2-1 up.
Fifty-seven.
Well, Ben Hazel's nickname, I'm sure a lot of you may be aware of. I wasn't 100% certain, so I've just searched for it. Apparently, Mr. Ben is a character created by David McKee, who appears in several children's books and an animated
24.
television series, which was transmitted in the UK in the early 70s. Well, that's kind of what I thought. I thought it was something to do with a kids show.
57.
I can't say that I've ever seen it. We have dart players named after superheroes. We have dart players that have the easiest nicknames in the world by just putting a
118.
Y on the end of their surname. We have all sorts. One of the catchiest things about this game in the modern era are the nicknames, the walk-on songs, the brands, the skill. Still not 100% certain why he's wearing those colours today, but it may be something to do with the charity. Just looking at the sleeves. And if it is, I applaud him. I like it when people wear charity shirts. We know that Martin Adams wore, I think it was 4 different cancer charity shirts in week number 4. Don't forget that if you do want to get in touch with me today via social media, at the Asset 180 on Twitter,
98.
and if you have anything constructive to say, by all means you might get a shout out. Ben Hazel for 100 will get him to 3-1 up. He seems to have weathered the storm that Corrine brought earlier in the match. I had an interesting tweet from Jason McConnell, which maybe we can talk about in the next match. He makes an interesting point about something. Ben Hazel for tops, and he seems to be happy at that 6 or 7 visit level right now. His average isn't brilliant, but it is good enough for a 3-1 lead, and he's looking to take his first win of this day where he is the substitute off the bench for Robert Thornton. Yes, Jason McConnell has got in touch on Twitter saying how I was talking about a certain player talking in my ear whilst throwing at the World Championship. But some people wanted Mensa Suljovic fined for throwing slow. That's an interesting point. You could say that both of them were bringing the game into disrepute. Or maybe they were just both part and parcel of the game. I guarantee you, in the modern era, there are things not happening now that used to happen all the time on the tour back in the 90s. There will have been all sorts of antics. Here's one for you. The 2009 US Open in Atlanta, Georgia, the semi-finals between Darren Young and James Wade. There was no exclusion zone.
40.
Darren Young stepped backwards to think about a double shot he was going for, and he stepped on James Wade's foot. Darren asked him to retreat. James said, "I'm not going anywhere." And there was a bit of a nose-to-nose as to why he was standing so close. Consequently, after that, exclusion zones came in. You know what they say? You have to evolve with the sport by
100.
stuff that has happened before. I'm sure football is going to evolve over the coming years because of what's happened this week. But darts has evolved because of things that have happened. Just look at the bullseye incident in the 2007 World Final with Barneveld and Taylor. That sparked a change in the bullseye shoot-off before a match started.
57.
That was one giant segue of mine. Let's get back to the match. Corrine Hammond could be back in the match if she can convert 72.
99.
She's got plenty of time. Nice and easy. 2 single 16s. You can do this in your sleep. Then a nice clean tops.
In 3.
And she made it look simple. 3-2 down, no, but when you start throwing darts of that kind of accuracy, you're definitely not out of it. 3-2 down, but 2 to go for Corrine Hammond. Ben Hazel not happy with that shake of the head. But then again, when are dart players happy? We're a miserable bunch. We're not really.
100.
You don't want to be labelled as one of those misery type players on the dartboard. You should go and have fun. Look at the likes of Devin Peterson and Dimitri and Peter Wright.
85.
And the lad from Russia, Gorbanov. Remember him dancing at the World Championship before he played Matthew Edgar? That's what you should see. Just a game of darts.
180.
Admittedly, it's a very difficult game sometimes, and Ben's just made it look simple with that 180. It's his second of the match. Third in total for the game. Corrine has one of her own. Just to do my research for the next time that Ben Hazel plays,
45.
I might have to watch some YouTube sketches of Mr. Ben to see what kind of cartoon it was. When I was growing up, I was more of a Button Moon kind of kid. That was my favourite.
Oh, 125.
That was where a makeshift washing up liquid bottle made its way to the moon every week. Fantastic, fantastic work.
43.
This game is not over if she can find a decent score here. Too many times she has found that small 20 with the first start, making scoring a bit more difficult.
41.
And I think this is one of the hardest finishes on the dartboard. It can be made easier if you get treble 19 first, because then you can get 2 double 19s. High finish this week of 142 from Corrine. Could be bettered.
In 3.
Oh, is bettered. 150 out. What a belter from the Aussie. 3-3 now, and Mr. Ben is not having it all his own way. All the momentum is going the way of Corrine Hammond. 3-3. Finish of the week. And that's how you do it. 2 treble 19s for double 18. That's the only way to go.
80.
Seen plenty of people do it 2 treble 20s and double 15 as well, which is always good to see. But just when Ben thinks, I'm going to get rid of this match, haymaker from Corrine Hammond. I know she's only called Rinny, but that'd be a good nickname for Corrine. Haymaker Hammond.
96.
I'm not sure she's a big fan of boxing, actually. I think she's still got a bit of a grin on her face from hitting that big out. I'd be the same. Can't be a good finish like that. I took that exact same shot in the Live League last year after hitting a 1-3-3 approach.
85.
They are the reasons why we keep playing darts, for moments like that. Ben Hazel's in trouble now. He's behind. Corrine's got the darts, and she has not won a match since beating Nathan Girvin in match 6 on Monday.
43.
So basically 48 hours ago.
$131.
Good stuff from Ben Hazel there to leave a very doable out. Oh, that is costly. Now she's got 178 and has to go 18s really.
Oh no. 31.
And she hasn't left a finish. Ben plods his way back to the hockey in the knowledge that he doesn't have to go 19s first now.
82.
And that last dart just relieves some of the pressure. It's funny how this game has been turned on its head in the last 9 darts.
60.
Ben Hazel did miss match darts against Jamie Kelling. Will he miss any here? He misses 2 by the finest of margins. If Corrine hits this 106, Ben will think he's allergic to winning today.
50.
An accumulative 10 match darts missed today. 2 in this match. That's 4 missed.
Same showing 5.
But if 5th on double 5 is good, and you can see the shoulders just drop a little bit from Ben Hazel there. Just a little bit of relief. A huge scare given by Corrine Hammond there. But he gets himself on 2 points for the day. Let's turn our attention to a game between Jamie Kelling and Nathan Girvin, which could be key in the battle for second spot in the table. Match number 7 of today. We'll have Nathan Girvin against Jamie Kelling. And they've had fairly similar weeks. Periods of down, majority up. But now, going head to head for the 3rd time this week, with Nathan winning their previous 2 meetings. It's a big match because Nathan is currently 2nd in the table behind Northy, who was
It's Nathan
already
throwing first.
qualified for the finals.
Game on.
But if Kelling gets his first win against Nathan Girvin here for this week, he will get onto the same amount of points as the 18-year-old and threaten his position in the table. What they could both be doing currently is positioning themselves to get 2nd and 3rd spot in Group A. If they can do that, they will play again, but tomorrow night. It's looking like Alan Norris is struggling today, so I would fancy that these two are going to finish in 2nd and 3rd spot, which would then mean that Ben Hazel, Corrine Hammond and Norris would go into Group B tomorrow.
100.
This is probably the fastest match of the group. They don't hang around. Good counting from Nathan Girvin there. He didn't execute the 25 on the end, but he knows that 271 requires a 101 plus. And that's what you find from the young players these days.
45.
They don't just butcher that 60. They utilise the 19s because they can be very useful.
100.
97.
86 left for the first leg. Bullseye.
33 left.
And the second shot towards the centre of the board comes up short but in a different direction. Double 16 for Jamie.
16 left.
And pushes the wire to the left. 17 for double 8. He's been really good on that double 4 this week. I've been keeping tabs on the certain areas of the board that he's been better at. But that double 4 has been on the end of a string for Nathan Girvin, especially against Jamie Kelling this week. There will be more Premier League action, of course, tonight. After
81.
the Online Darts Live League finishes around 2:30 British time. So you'll have a few hours to yourself before you get your darts fixed tonight with the likes of Johnny Clayton, MVG, James Wade, who had a great win last night. They're all trying to catch Dimitri van den Berg. I don't think many people thought that that was going to be happening, but the enigma that is Dimitri
55.
continues to impress. For me, I've been immensely impressed with this young man.
140.
What can he possibly achieve in the next 6 years as a player on the development tour?
140.
I think he's ready, after being a really good, promising kid, to take the next step. This experience of the Online Darts Live League is really helping him
85.
just to get ready for some future challenges in 2021. And we know that playing in this league does ready you for things like the development tour and, of course, things like the challenge tour. Just look at Dave Evans, Richie Edhouse and Keane Barry. 117 coming in. Another ton plus checkout for Nathan Girvin. That's number 4 for the day. And as someone who has been the best on doubles all week, I think he's getting better in that respect. He is 2-0 up. Looking for a third straight win over Jamie Kelling. That's not an easy thing to do. Especially when Jamie's confidence has been growing over the last 48 hours.
135.
A win in this game against his possibly toughest rival for second spot in the table. And he would create a 4-point gap between himself and Kelling and Norris. He'd be very close to solidifying that second spot.
100.
And if you were thinking that Richard North was going to win and Nathan Girvin was going to come second in this table, can I borrow your crystal ball, please? I might have put someone else towards the second spot. I figured Richard North would be strong as a favourite for top spot, but I might have gone for Norris for position number 2.
60.
But it's looking more likely to be the Scot. Bullseye. Has to go for it.
101.
Wasn't far away. I'm not going to get a 160 out after seeing a 150 from Corrine in the last match, albeit in defeat. Is Kelling going to get his first leg?
9.
Not on this occasion. Can't leave Nathan Girvan on a ton plus finish.
60.
He's afforded the opportunity this time. 2 8s again.
Yeah, I'm on.
It is a break of throw in 16 darts for Jamie Kelling. He gets back within 1. Good fighting spirit here from the lad from Andover who came through New Kids on the Hockey somewhat 15 years ago. If he ever does grace the big stages and needs a walk-on song, if he doesn't use New Kids on the Block, I'll have a word with him.
23.
But he wouldn't be the first to use New Kids on the Block as a walk-on song because Trisha Wright used to work with the Right Stuff. Remember that? The great Trisha Wright. The lady that played in the first
55.
Women's World Championship in the PDC system. She eventually lost out to the late great Stacey Bromberg, of course, who was sadly missed.
100.
You do wonder if there is going to be another
140.
Women's World Championship within the PDC system in the future. They did start a women's series last year. Might be dipping their toe in the water when it comes to stuff like that.
85.
Or will we see Mikuru Suzuki return to Europe with a certain trophy?
97.
She's still got her hands on her trophy, I believe. And fellow 18-year-old Keen Barry, I believe, has still got his trophy. Jamie, he says to himself. Missing a single 18 for Bull. Not quite unforgivable. It was almost a scare there, because if Girvin got that treble 20, you fancied that tops was going to be hit the way he's been getting the ton plus checkouts today. This time, Jamie doesn't miss the single number. And he doesn't miss tops as well. How pretty was that? Right in the middle, top wire, just underneath that top wire. Beautiful shot. 17 darter, and we have a level game at 2-2. Best of 7 again, remember? I was saying a couple of days ago that there's no way I could get away with Nathan Girvin's hairstyle. He looks like he would grace the Smiths back in the 80s, or potentially the Stone Roses in the 90s. Maybe even Mumford and Sons. A little bit more recent for him.
81.
There's no way I could handle playing darts with hair in my eyes.
$100.
100.
Now, the stats in this game are respectable. Averages in the low to mid 80s. Decent doubling from Nathan Girvin, 50% for him.
100.
2 from 4. 2 from 6 for Jamie Kelling. No 180s yet.
60.
We will have Richard North and Ben Hazel next after this one, as Richard continues his charge towards a record Group A tally of 28 points. 3 matches to go. 3 wins will get him that record over Mike Warburton's previous record. Well, current record of 26. He was forced to go back to the 20s there to leave the finish, and he fails to even hit the single. Well, everybody in the knowledge that Northie is the only one who's going to progress through this group to the finals, maybe the adrenaline of the players has just dropped a level. That is something we have seen in previous groups. Jamie's motivation is to get his first win against the Scot this week. And he's within one of doing that. It's a very, very good checkout. He's been excellent on tops when his confidence has been up, and his delivery of the dart has been so much better in the last 24 hours. Now 3 from 7 on the doubles, and he's played a steady game, averaging around 85. We know he can do better than that, and he may just
100.
do better in this leg to win at 4-2, or potentially in his next match against Richard North, because they had a really interesting game yesterday.
50.
Somewhat old school throw that Jamie has. I would classify the throw of Nathan Girvin as a bit more new school. There's a lot more
60.
snap in the shoulder and the arm, whereas this one he has a bit more loopy. But loopy is not a bad thing in sport. It's something they talk about with spin bowlers. When you can get a bit of loop in the air, you can cause problems for the batsman. As long as Jamie's not causing problems for himself when throwing at the dartboard, of course. That's a perfect first dart for him.
100.
And you're always disappointed with just a ton when you get the 60 with the first dart. He won't be happy with that visit, and he may have company on 14 points in a second, but he, like Nathan Girvin earlier, misses the single 18. And it's not the first time in this match that Jamie has missed a single number as well. 60 for double 19 to take us to the 7th leg. Oh, double 9.
89.
A little bit of frustration there for the young Scotsman, because he could be defeated now with Jamie going for double 18.
And 6.
Very, very good indeed on the doubles in that match. From both players, I have to say, both around 50%. But ultimately, more chances for Jamie Kelling, and he gets his first win against that young Scot. Could be key for his charge towards second spot. Richard North, in his quest for getting 28 points, a record for Group A, he now takes on Ben Hazel. Richard North has had a bit of a break since his last match where he survived against Nathan Girvin and kept his unbeaten streak alive. Ben Hazel has had about 15 minutes since his last match in getting his first win of the day against Corrine Hammond. This 30-year-old from Romsey throwing the 25-gram chunky dart and the long stem is eyeing up a record total for Group A. Week 3, Mike Warburton of Wales picked up 26 points. That is the best we've seen. But that is under threat all of a sudden
140.
from this man who keeps hitting 140s. His 140 count over the 3 days. I'll have to do some digging to find out exactly how many he's hit, but it's been extraordinary.
Oh, God, 28.
Not just the fact that he's got 22 points, but a plus 24 leg difference total as well. That's very, very impressive.
45.
He has now gone 10 matches unbeaten. And if that's not dominant, I don't know what is.
83.
Doesn't matter whether he's played Norris, Kelling, Girvin, Thornton, Hammond, Hazel, so far. He's been the better player.
140.
Maybe Ben Hazel is going to have something to say about it. These guys don't live too far apart. Maybe in British terms they do. It's about 2 hours. If that.
44.
In Aussie terms, that's around the corner. Northie was looking for the same finish that was hit against Hazel in his last match by Hammond. Fails to get it. You would fancy that he's going to get this 60. Now the dart is going to get in the way no matter where he gets the single. Unless you hit the right side like that. That is the perfect single for someone throwing such a long dart. If you want the dart out of the way, caress the 20 wire and then leave the bed open. Brilliant shot and a brilliant single. Don't forget that one. The two places that offer the bed up for Richard North in that shot is if he leaves it open hitting left or right, or if he gets it just under tops.
100.
He can then use the underside of the flight as a bit of a guide.
$100.
People have somewhat made fun of Richard North over the last few years on tour, saying he wouldn't be part of their quiz team. But don't underestimate how smart he is on the dartboard. He's more than just a hat rack. It's one of my favourite sayings.
$60.
$100.
You wonder if Ben Hazel has got in his locker today, being substituted in, of course, for Robert Thornton, the sharpness that
100.
either Thornton had, or indeed Richard North, our best player of Group A. If he was able to get the win in this match, you'd have to applaud him for doing so without
1-2-1.
competitive action for a few weeks. A lot of people do play online, of course,
145.
against other players around the world during this pandemic, but there is no substitute for playing the person in the same room.
54.
I've played both, and there's no substitute for actually seeing your opponent and what they're doing. Double 18.
Yeah, I'm free.
Richard North with a 15 darter and a 96 kill there is looking too strong at this stage. Ben Hazel is going to have to find something that he hasn't found today if he's going to trouble our Mr. 22 at the top of the table. Well, Ben's shaking his head in the background.
81.
You wouldn't be the first against Richard North this week. He has only lost one match all week
John.
against someone who isn't even here now in Robert Thornton. That performance from Thornton against North
121.
in match 5 on Monday, Robert averaged 100.73. So that's what it took to beat the man from Hampshire. I do believe he's formerly from Wiltshire, though.
140.
Might have just plucked that out of thin air. This is good counting from Northie. 114 leaves 185. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely hat tip there. And both of them recognise that that's brilliant darts. But trying to add that up, yeah, that's a difficult one. It was 159. There's a number you don't cry very often.
45.
You can't finish it on the dartboard, but you can score it. I really wanted him to hit that 140 as well. What a 6 darter that would have been. Again, he is looking too strong, averaging just shy of 100.
60.
Tops. Now double 15.
Yeah, second.
He's
half.
doing whatever he wants. And that'd be a good chant for Richard North, wouldn't it? He does what he wants. Well, right now with 3-0 up, averaging 100, he can do whatever he wants. He's looking very good for a bagel win right here. Ben averaging around 82, which is
43.
where he's been most of the day. Richard, 98.02 for those first 3 legs. Too strong.
100.
You do get the feeling that he's comfortable playing at this level, but there are gears to be found. whoever makes the finals on Saturday with Richard North is going to have their work cut out.
Cheers.
Richard did not make the finals in week 1 when he played in Group A.
1-2-1.
And when he played consequently on the Thursday and Friday as well, he did not make the finals. Mission 1 has been accomplished in 2.5 days this week.
198.
I wonder if he knows about this points record.
100.
I might have to try and get word to him. Or find out if he knows, because he may just be playing relaxed, and if he does get to 28 points, it might be a nice surprise for him. But if he genuinely knows about it, oh, he's going to want it. If there's one person
65.
when it comes to bragging rights in this group, it's going to be this guy. He'll want them all. Double top for Ben Hazel.
Same shot in
Great response. 14 data from Mr. Ben to get within 2 legs of this, and he stops the possible bagel, of course, as well. Nobody wants to be bageled, especially when the person on the other side of the hockey is playing so well.
Ooh. 85.
There are certain players that you play and you feel invincible against them. Maybe that will be the case
16.
when Richard plays certain people. Maybe a little bit later in the coverage we can talk about people's best records against certain players, but that maximum from Richard North gets him very close to the finishing line.
114.
Hanging on, and good respect paid there by Richard North. That was not part of the plan. He's invited Mr. Ben back into this particular leg. Invitation. RSVP. Yes, please.
180.
140, 180 to set up 1-2-1. And maybe he deserves to keep this match going. North has faltered. Is the compass broken? What a leg this would be. Oh, he's at the 14 to lead double 18. And you sense that Northie's got to refocus now. Just seems to have wandered a little bit in his quest for a win in this match. Double 9. Yeah, nice shot. And another 14 darter for Ben Hazel. His average continues to climb, so it's above 93 now. And most importantly, he's now within 1. Can Richard North finish it off 4-2? We're about to find out. As Ben Hazel's average has risen, Richards has gone the way of an undercooked souffle. Down.
100.
Everybody who knows me well knows that I like to compare things to food.
87.
Ben Hazel over the last 2 and a bit legs has started to play proper darts. He's got 50% in his doubles, which is his best tally of the day so far. Richard North's got 60%. But the last couple of legs he just hasn't had the chances. Enough of them anyway. But is that the mistake from Hazel that allows North to get within finishing distance again?
140.
Seems to be the case. He's back on the 140 train, his 5th of the game. It's fascinating that that is the statistic that really has been what Richard has bossed. He's got 5 140 pluses. Ben's only got 3. But Ben's got more ton pluses and more 180s. This is to stay in the match. A must take at tops.
Same shot in front.
Awesome. What a game this has turned out to be. Just when you think Richard North is going to bagel Ben Hazel, he comes back with 3 brilliant legs. And he's delivered by my own... I think he's delivered 43 darts for those 3 legs. Down to the wire we go.
$60.
A couple of 14s and a 15. A bit of quick arithmetic there from myself. 43 darts for 3 straight legs is very useful.
57.
Yet again, Northie does not get a shot at double.
100.
That's what we call in our sport closing out. And that phrase always reminds me of a song by Semisonic called Closing Time. I used to hum it to myself when I needed a big finish. Steady away as she goes, Richard North. Couple of tons and a 60. Forcing Ben Hazel to find 60s right now.
140.
60s which he finds. He is hanging on like Sylvester Stallone in Cliffhanger.
Oh, 41.
The unbeaten streak of Richard North, which is 10 matches now, is under serious danger.
100.
Where can he leave himself? The game is no longer at his mercy.
180.
What a 180 that is from Northie. But it might not matter. He hasn't had a shot at a double in the last 3 legs. To close out, a win from 3-0 down. Oh, and he's pulled it massively left.
No.
Just a little bit nervy, and Northie looking to put him away. To bring the guillotine down, needs double 5. Oh, a huge miss. I think he just expected to hit it. Double 16. Gotta have a go. And Northie thought, ooh, that's close.
Same shot in
That
front.
one is close. That one's in. The 10-match unbeaten streak of Richard North is over. And his quest to get the most points from a weak campaign in Group A, well, he can equal it, but he can no longer better it. So that one will stay intact. The next game we will go into is Alan Norris and Corrine Hammond. That's coming right up. After the match of the day, we go into this one where Alan Norris has got to get his skates on if he wants to find himself in the top 3. which would give him a chance at Group C tomorrow night, which is a shorter format than Group B. Group B will definitely see Corrine Hammond in it, alongside Wes Newton, Jared Cole and Fallon Sherrick. We'll have Ben Hazel as well, who has just won from 3-0 down, posting an average of 93.6.
It's Alan throwing first. Game on.
Check that, 91.89. I've just had an update on that. But 50% on his doubles with a 120 checkout in there have seen him win 4-3 against Northie, defying
26 even.
his 95 average. That will be a bit of a shock to the system for Richard North, who was cruising.
55.
It proves a very valid point that I have made about darts very recently.
100.
It's one of those sports that can only be won by you. It can't be won on your behalf by somebody else.
100.
Doesn't matter who you're playing against. If you've got a double, you've got to hit it. No one else is going to hit it for you. In snooker, your opponent can
140.
pot the ball on your behalf somewhat inadvertently and give you points. You don't get given points in darts. That's what makes it so difficult and so lonely sometimes.
96.
I think it'd be a really good discussion to have about other sports. Tennis, the ball can be hit out of the court by your opponent to offer you the point. I've mentioned the snooker example.
No, you're joking. 62.
Maybe in boxing, you still have to hit the punch to floor your opponent. But I think that would start a really interesting discussion about the merits of this great sport. Even in baseball, you can be given a walk if there are too many balls and not enough
97.
strikes. I'm not going to talk about that too much. I'm going to leave a little bit of meat on that bone. Hammond has already had this finish today. Well, that was a wide.
45.
76 for Alan Norris to take an early lead here. Has been in physical discomfort today. Well, that will make him feel a little bit better.
76.
And he has won a leg finally. Alan Norris has had a bit of time to wait. But in his third match of the day, he gets his first leg of the day. And he's 1-0 up against Corrine Hammond. Started the day against Nathan Girvin and lost 4-0. Then he lost
40.
4-0 in his next match too.
180.
And maybe that's going to light the touch paper for Alan
Oh,
Norris.
sorry, Corrine. Went on a mission, didn't it? Nearly ended up in Portsmouth. Cheers, thank you.
Yes, Alan lost 4-0 to Jamie Kelling as well. Jamie did play very well in that match. But to get your first leg of the day in match 3, that's never a good thing.
140.
Oh, Fraggles. $140.
It's almost Richie Burnett like when he's delivering the darts at the minute with the old pas de bourrée at the end. Whether that's the right ballet manoeuvre, I'm not sure.
140.
Let's see if he does it again. The old ta-da. Oh, not so much. I think if he'd have got the 170 there, even though he didn't want it, that would have been some dismount. Well, he's gone from famine to feast.
135.
Look what he's left after 9 darts.
In one.
Look what he's left after 10 darts. What a puzzling game this can be sometimes. He hasn't won a leg all day long. 4-0, 4-0, getting drilled. 2-0, 2-0, 4-0. 140.
140.
4-0, 4-0, 2-0, 2-0, 4-0. 140. 140. then he gets a leg, and then he gets a 10 darter. Fabulous game. So unpredictable. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline has kicked in, and I have to say it,
100.
I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie. I like to do things like bungee jumps and things like that. You can't beat a good kick of adrenaline.
99.
Don't get my kicks like I used to. The stage was my adrenaline kick. These days,
99.
tend to get them on the golf course when I'm allowed to play, of course. I've had a few people asking me about my situation. I'm having my first elbow surgery on May the 11th.
41.
A little bit nervous about it because I've never been under general anaesthetic before, but should be an interesting day where I
98.
will get some sensation back in my elbow, which I haven't felt in a while. But that's not the end of the road. There are possibly 2 more operations to go after that. But it's good to get the process started. Dart players know all
140.
too well what it's like to have surgery. The likes of Jamie Hughes have had surgery in 2021. Jelle Klaassen has had wrist surgery immediately after a Premier League campaign where his wrist was in dire need of surgery.
100.
This has been surgical from Alan Norris so far. It's been really good.
Yeah, 20
Not so
left.
much on that one there. But after the way this day has gone, he'll take this performance. It's not that Corrine has played poorly. She's averaging 87. But Alan is on 107.
Everybody misses 5s. 16.
He said that as if he expected to miss double 5, which of course he didn't want to. But double 5 is not well liked. Just a miss on dart 2 there for Corrine to have a shot to extend her lead at the top of the finishing charts. But it is double 2 for Alan Norris, who extends his lead to 3-0. And we know he's not safe because a matter of minutes ago we saw someone lose from 3-0 up. Can it be a 4-0 victory to flip reverse what's been happening today for Alan Norris? Yes, I just said the words flip reverse and I've just realised that I've said it. You can tell that I spent a lot of time listening to music in the 1990s. I did catch a little bit of an old darts match last night
59.
between Phil Taylor and Dennis Priestley. And I completely forgot about an absolute pearler of a 160 checkout to win a set in the 1997 World Final.
80.
It's amazing when you watch a game from 24 years ago. You see that kind of finish and it still gives you tingles down your spine.
Hello.
Makes you realise how good Dennis Priestley was.
60.
And still is. Now there's a name potentially for next year's World Seniors. Will we see Dennis Priestley? I say it to Dennis. Get those darts out. We want to see the menace back. That is something I would pay good money to watch. I mentioned the World Seniors because by the time we come to next year, Alan Norris will be 50. He'll be eligible.
Good darts. 140.
Alan responds very well to the 140 of Corrine. She will hope for another. She doesn't get a 140, but it's better than a bust. 180 shot, which we have seen in the Online Darts Live League this year.
43.
Single 15 for tops. Now it's a single 5 potentially, or a single 13. And double 16 is good. A great fixed job there from Corrine Hammond, who misses the single, but ultimately on the outer ring has been very pinpoint over the last couple of days. When she's had chances, she has taken them. 3-1 to Alan Norris. If you want to impress your darts friends with a factoid, and it is something I've mentioned before, there is a player that has played in a World Championship final
40.
and has had 100% on doubles and lost the game.
Alan. 76.
Chuck Norris getting a little bit irked with himself there. Wants to get rid of this job as soon as possible. Because if he can win this match and win by a large margin, he will join Nathan Girvin and Jamie Kelling on the 14-point mark.
140.
But he will do so with the worst leg difference. Corinne's game with Nathan Girvin is going to take some significance,
100.
as is her game with Jamie Kelling, which will finish her campaign for the day. But Norris will want to get this done in 6 darts.
$77.
I wonder where Alan's going to go for the 108. There's lots of choices there. And he's under pressure. 17s, 18s, 19s or 20s. 17s it is. Tops. A little bit richy that one.
88.
That's a first match dart missed. Maximum to set this shot up. Can she survive on double 13? Terrific. Really good survival skills from the Aussie. She has really come up with some fantastic finishing, not just in this game, but all day long. When she's had the opportunities, she's now 3-2 down. 100% on the outer ring is Rinnie. Quite a small darting community, the ladies in Australia. There are some
60.
real heavyweights down there. Players like Natalie Carter have graced the green and gold shirt for the Aussies, with
85.
Corrine Hammond and the likes of Tori Kewish. Down under at the minute, they are starting to get back to playing some live tournaments, which is really good to see. I'm not at all jealous. But I'm positive we are going to get back to that within the next few months. Wouldn't that be lovely?
140.
But this has been innovative in the last 12 to 13 months. First of all, playing from people's kitchens, people's
140.
conservatories, using household internet connections. It was not easy, but we really wanted to bring you a darting product to watch, to get your fix.
139.
And we have evolved this year with the Online Darts Live League.
Oh, lovely. No,
And we're playing in the
43.
same arena again. Obviously, with the regulations and the rules being followed. But Hammond is looking to do a Ben Hazel. And she does, with perfection on the doubles. She hasn't missed one yet, And if she gets a chance in leg 7, she could do what Ben Hazel did. He was 3-0 down against Northey. He won 4-3. Can she do the same?
$83.
A couple of weeks ago, I was in the hot seat watching people have perfection on doubles in a match. Keelan Kay did it. He hit 4 double tops from 4 shots. But this has been best performance of the week so far from Corrine,
125.
averaging just shy of 90. Like I say, 100% on doubles, 180. She is very much in this leg. She does need Alan to slip up a little bit.
$83.
Unfortunately for her, he does find that 60 with dart 2 just to keep himself at a distance. Oh, that was a really costly third dart. It was sailing towards that 60, but it got a really poor deflection. Turned into a really good contest. Average is almost identical. The separator has been the prowess of Rinnie on the outer ring. And she's staying in there. Great fighting instinct. It's down to Norris though, who finishes the job with a perfect shot on 70. Terrific game to watch. Great fighting spirit from Corrine Hammond, but ultimately she falls just a little bit short as Alan Norris joins Nathan Girvin and Jamie Kelling on 4 points in the quest for second spot. Our league winner for Group A, of course, is Richard North, and he plays Jamie Kelling next. Just had 2 brilliant games in a row. We may have already crowned our Group A winner, and he will play again here against Jamie Kelling, but you feel that there are things on the line in this match. But Richard North has lost his unbeaten streak against Ben Hazel after being 3-0 up against him, losing 4 straight legs. Brilliant finishing from Hazel got him over the line. But brilliant finishing from Corrine Hammond to take us to leg 7 against Alan Norris wasn't quite enough. With her 91 average and 100% on doubles, she didn't get one more chance to take leg 7. But we have Richard North on 22 points at the top of the Group A table.
100.
We then have 3 players on 14, one of which is his opponent here.
30.
If you have had a bit of a flutter on who's going to win today's table, you might be eager to know that Jamie Kelling is top of the daily table on 6 points.
60.
And if he wins again, he's definitely going to be favourite to win the daily table indeed for Wednesday.
100.
But if he wins this game, he will go into second spot on his own for the first time.
100.
It will be on points, but his leg difference will still be less than that of Nathan Girvin,
45.
who plays next against Corrine Hammond and may need a win to get his second spot back. Of course, it is second spot and third spot in the table behind North
Come on.
that will go into Thursday and Friday night's play. And as to whether you think playing in Group C is easier or harder because it's a shorter format, that's entirely up to you. Treble 13 for Jamie. Or treble 17.
Ah, 120.
Some pressure applied. Tops it is.
Yeah, and 2.
And Jamie Kelling is starting to play the way he did in week 2 when he subbed in for Jamie Caven and had a perfect day. He has got a different level of confidence to what he had on Monday. That is for sure. 1-0 up against Richard North.
Oh, 85.
I'm reliably informed that when Ben Hazel won from 3-0 down
60.
against Richard North in match number 8, that's only the 4th occasion in 6 weeks where we've seen someone win from 3-0 down. Just goes to show how rare that occurrence is. 105 matches a week, of course, in the Online Darts Live League. So I'll just do a little bit of arithmetic. 525 matches in the first 5 weeks.
100.
535 with another 2 days. So the best end of 540 matches and only 4 occasions
100.
where someone has come from 3-0 down to win 4-3. That is a very small percentage.
44.
Ah, Jamie.
Doesn't get that treble that he needed to get to a finish. And with these two, you're going to get plenty of them talking to themselves. For players from
45.
the neck of the woods that they're from, Hampshire, Wiltshire, where there's a lot of that goes on with the likes of Andy Jenkins and Aaron Monk.
100.
They tell themselves off a lot.
100.
Sensible ton. Is he going to pay the price for not taking the 140? Maybe.
Yeah, and 3.
Maybe, baby. And he has lost. It's 2-0 to Jamie Kelling. And all of a sudden, things are going wrong for Richard North. He's lost 6 legs in a row now, the guy at the top of the table. What is going on? No shots at double. No 180s, no 140s. Has the adrenaline left the body of Richard North? Does he even realise that if he wins this match and his final match of the day against Alan Norris, he will equal the best points tally of a Group A campaign?
60.
I get the feeling that he doesn't know. Of course he wants to win every match.
140.
But Jamie Kelling is playing like a player who has an agenda. He wants to beat Richard North for the very first time this week. He has lost to him 4 legs to 0 on Monday
85.
and 4 legs to 3 yesterday. It was a very, very tight game yesterday. Not so on Monday. That was a one-sided affair.
85.
But it was North who had the perfect day yesterday. It could well be Jamie's turn to do that. He's only 1.5 games away from registering a 10-point day. He's playing like a player who deserves it.
1, 2, 3.
Even a single 20 with that last start would have made things easier.
Oh, no free.
Now it's 11 bull for that man right there. That is nothing.
Greedy.
What has that done? Okay, let's get our calculators out. 61 left. That leaves 19. That is not the usual leave. This is a tricky spot. That leaves double 1. Interesting. It is a double. I don't think he wanted to go anywhere near the 19. That was the thinking behind that. But Jamie Kelling, he's missed a single, I think 4 times today. Even playing well. Double 1's in there, and maybe he left double 1 is because those long, thin stems that he can see, when they go on the board, he can use it as a backboard. Perfectly done. He's now 2-1 down. Averaging around 82 in this match,
90.
which is a bit of a fall from what he's been doing previously.
Jamie, drop in again. 43.
He's having real trouble in that 18 region, is Jamie Kelling. He's doing the old ghost dart in the background there
95.
to try and fix what's going wrong. I mentioned in Jamie's last match that if he was to have a walk-on song, it would have to be by New Kids on the Block.
81.
Which one do you think he should have if he needed a walk-on song? I would say answers on a postcard, but people don't do that anymore. People just send tweets and Facebook messages. So, answers on Twitter. I'll be interested to hear. By the time he plays his last game against Corrine Hammond, I want to know
95.
which New Kids on the Block song Jamie Kelling would walk out to.
95.
What position will he be in when he plays Corrine? Will he be playing for 8 points for the day, or will he be playing for 10? It's 110.
70.
Just missed for Richard. Oh, that's a stem destroyer, that dart. That might have just hit the stem ring or the plastic of the stem. Some running repairs might be needed.
20.
Repairs are needed in this match for Richard North because it has not been a sharp display. Oh, and it's happened again.
21.
He's hit the same stem with the same point.
Ten.
Really, really disappointing there for Richard.
180.
Fascinating 180 there because now this double 5 gets a bit smaller. Psychologically anyway. Oh, and that is what you can't do.
No score.
Jamie Kelling, who should have lost this leg by now, could win it. And does win it with a 35 checkout. And he is massaging his old inner Corrine Hammond because he hasn't missed a double yet. 3 from 3. And if he keeps that going, he is going to get a chance at some point to win this match from 3-1 up. Darts can be a game of habits. Winning was the habit for North.
46.
Predominantly on Monday and yesterday, but today, not so much. I think right now, with the way he's playing, he'll be very happy that he's already got the job done.
81.
You can tell from some of the facial expressions that Richard pulls is that he never really relaxes. He's never able to accept second best.
60.
It's all or nothing darts from him.
100.
Fairly satisfied with that one, but wanted more.
83.
He's had more chances at a double by far in this match. He's had 11 shots at double and only got one of them, whereas Jamie Kelling's had 3
140.
and hit 3. Gotta go 25 here,
59.
and he gets the 20. Well, surely Northie's going to take care of 120 and 6 darts.
Yeah, I'm
He
3.
doesn't take care of it in 6 darts because he gets it in 3. And he does get within 1 of Jamie Kelling's 3 legs now. He finally finds a double with no dramas, and this game progresses into leg number 6. Seems to have got his act together over the last 15 or so darts. Jamie seems to be stopping before he propels his arm forward a little bit more than he was earlier. I think he was playing better when he was reacting a little faster. That's better.
85.
But what do I know? As soon as he quickens up, he's spraying them high into the left. I had a really interesting tweet yesterday from someone asking me for some advice about how they get better as a dart player.
140.
That's like asking how long is a piece of string. I could easily tweet Butch Harmon and say, how do I improve my golf swing? But how do you improve someone's play when you either don't know them or you haven't seen how they throw darts? Darts coaching cannot be done via social media.
57.
Winning darts matches can't be done via social media either. It has to be done in action. And North has tops.
91.
This would be some way to finish the match. Are we going to go the distance again for the 3rd match in a row and the 4th match of the last 5? No, not yet. At least Jamie Kelling now gets 3 darts for the match. Double 10. He's been very, very good on double 5, I have to say. His perfect day continues. 8 points from 8 for him. And when he plays Corrine Hammond in his next match, his final match of the day, that will be to win the daily table. As for Richard North, he's already through, but Jamie Kelling is in the box seat for 2nd spot. Next, it's Ben Hazel against Alan Norris, who has had a bit of a resurgence in his last game. Apologies for what I said at the end of the last game. I thought it was the time for us to see Ben Hazel against Alan Norris. I was looking at the wrong fixture. Well, let's look at Nathan Girvin against Corrine Hammond instead. This is match number 11, so we're into the final third of today's action. And we now have someone definitively at the top of today's table, and that is Jamie Kelling. He is now on 8 points and a leg difference of +9 for the day.
Corrine throwing first. Game on.
He is 4 points ahead of Ben Hazel and Richard North. As for the weekly table, Jamie Kelling is now on 16
100.
points and a leg difference of +4. He is now 2 points ahead of this man right here. But Nathan Girvin has the better leg difference, so any win against Corrine here would help his cause for second spot. And with Alan Norris on 14 points as well, the places in the table at 2 and 3, which go to tomorrow night's session instead of tomorrow during the day, they're up for grabs. Well, Corrine was very unfortunate to lose her last match. 3-0 down.
16.
Alan Norris was cruising. Corrine came back with perfect doubling to bring it back to the 7th leg. But she didn't get a shot at 95 in the last leg as Alan Norris closed the door. Fine display though, 91 average, 100% on doubles. And she was saying just off camera that that's the best she's played all day and she's still lost. Well, Nathan will know that he can't get the top spot in the group, but he will be very happy with his week's work so far. Stuff to build on.
82.
76 checkout will seem like chicken feed to him. He's been finishing so well, but not on this occasion. Could we have a 156? She was very, very close to getting a shot at double 18 there. Double top for Nathan. And he breaks with his second dart of that visit. 17 darts in total for the first leg in his quest to reclaim second spot in the Group A table for week 6. He will fancy getting the win. He did lose to Corrine on Monday.
97.
That is still her only win of the week. And he got revenge yesterday. When he won 4 legs to 1 with an average of 81 and 44% on doubles. Well, however you are tuning in today with our online darts live league, we
85.
really do appreciate your company. Tell your friends. We will be back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. for Group B, and Group C tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. depending on if you're an early bird or a night owl. However you're tuning in, whether it's through your tablet, smart TV, smartphone, even through your games console these days.
45.
Thank you for tuning in. And of course you can tune in through YouTube via Online Darts and their page. Remember to click those notifications and subscribe to Online Darts for things like their live lounge and
53.
exclusive content coming from the Premier League and other aspects of the darting stratosphere. Nathan just checking to see whether one of those was in the 60.
56.
They weren't. And Corrine's in early trouble here.
60.
Single 16 for double. And repeats the act from the first leg. Gets a 17 darter once more. And he's maintaining that 88 to 89 average. And you think if he stays around that, he might be too strong for Corrine in this one. 2 up in a quest to 4. It will be Ben Hazel and Alan Norris in the next match, by the way. Even though I thought that was coming in this match. But the leg difference situation between Nathan, Alan Norris and Jamie Kelling is intriguing. Because there is a big difference between Nathan and Jamie and Alan. Alan on -1, Jamie on +4, Nathan Girvin on +11. That's the equivalent of winning another 2 points, really. If he keeps winning,
60.
wins this game, and he wins against Ben Hazel in his last match of the day, he'll get the job done. He will be second. Two more matches left for Alan Norris, but only one for Jamie Kelling against Corrine Hammond.
7.
So Jamie Kelling needs help. At this time of the week, you would expect the players to be well practiced and fairly sharp, but they are human beings. Playing 15 matches over the course of 3 days is not simple. And of course, they have more matches to play in consecutive days because they're not going to have the benefit of the 2 rest days that Richard North is going to get tomorrow and on Friday. Great use of the 19s from Nathan. And Rinny has not missed a double in a while. And she still hasn't missed a double in a while. When she gets to the double, she is hitting it. That's 4 out of 4 on doubles in her last 2 matches. That is very, very impressive. Very reminiscent of her friend Lorraine Winstanley, who was the answer to that
100.
pub quiz question from earlier as to who has graced a World Championship final with a 100% checkout rate and lost the final. That was, of course, the year where Mikuru Suzuki got her first championship in 2019. Seems like a long time ago since we saw Mikuru Suzuki take on James Richardson at the Alexandra Palace. And she came super close to winning on that stage.
140.
That was 18 months ago. Ish. Isn't it incredible how much we look back at times like that and think it was just so long ago? It was so different. Did we take for granted the darts fans in places like Alexandra Palace? I think we probably did.
90.
I guarantee you we don't now. I think there are a lot of things that we don't take for granted anymore. Even just the ability to play darts against somebody else in the same room. And Nathan Girvin finds his first 180 of the match to set up a leg 4 winning 66 checkout. Corrine is starting to get those coils turning again. And Nathan's got to be careful here. And what I mean by that is, don't give Corrine Hammond a shot at a double. She's hitting every single one of them at the minute.
Whoa.
Oh, you've got to get there first, Rinny. You've got to get there. Unfortunately, that treble 8 did not leave a double. And neither did the single 15. Double 12. And Nathan Girvin will be in a very good position. He has handed the opportunity back to Corrine Hammond. Where do you go for 27? 11? Absolutely. Stay in the same zone. And she's missed a double finally. But she doesn't miss it for long. She missed the double 8 by the very smallest of margins, but the switch back to the top right-hand corner of the board is brilliant, and she has levelled this game up at 2-2. Earlier in the week, it was Nathan Girvin who was really impressing with the doubles statistics.
45.
And before any play today, he was the best player overall on the outer ring. And of the bullseye, of course, he was on 43% on doubles before play today. And when you look at where people stand throughout the course of a season in the elite, that is world class.
96.
Everybody was around the 36% mark. That was the cumulative average for hitting doubles over the last couple of days. So, of the 6 players, 3 of them were better than average. Same statistic for the overall average for the 6 players. 3 of them were above average, which was around the 84.2 mark.
92.
We haven't seen much in the way of ton plus averages this week. We saw one game on day 1 between Norris and North, where both of them got 100 average. That was the best game of the week by a country mile. But we have had a ton plus average from Robert Thornton. And that is about it.
81.
That action of Nathan is just getting a bit more jerky, giving a bit more extra leg kick into some of his darts now.
140.
This game is swinging towards Corrine Hammond all of a sudden. She's involved in the potential of this result purely because of the way she's hit her doubles. This time she misses the vital opportunity, and it's Nathan who has to grab it. Double 16. Very, very good. When given the chance, we are seeing 2 players here who are very confident on the outer ring. They're showing brilliant prowess, and it is Nathan Girvin who takes the lead at 3-2. We'll have 4 more matches for you after this. Ben Hazel against Norris. Corrine will finish her campaign against Jamie Kelling.
97.
who really wants Corrine to win this match from here. And then Norris will finish up against Richard North.
41.
Nathan Girvin will finish proceedings against Ben Hazel in match 15. And what we do know now is that Mike Warburton's record of 26 points in Group A in 2021, that will stay intact because Northie can only get to 24 now. This looks good.
140.
Good enough to get in touch with where Corrine already stands. Corrine averaging 79 in this match. Nathan 4 better than that. Things have got a bit scrappy since it was rubber stamped that Richard North had won the group. But we have been treated to some very close games in the last 5 matches. None better than Ben Hazel winning from 3-0 down against Richard North. Well, Corrine has her choices here. 18s could be used. Treble 20, of course, the traditional route.
96.
That's a decent approach. She has to dodge another ton plus checkout though from Girvin. And she does do so.
58.
He hit 3 of them in his first match today. In a row. When given 2 darts at a double, she usually hits.
Into.
And that is right in the corner. We're going to the wire again, and Corrine is looking for her first win this week against Nathan Girvin for the second time. Well, since she beat him on Monday. Can she do it in leg 7? Yes, 48 hours ago, they played each other in match number 6. It was 4-3 to Corrine Hammond.
125.
And she's had a good start here as well. She could be about to win the head-to-head this week between herself and Nathan. In a last leg decider, you want to be hitting at least one big treble a visit.
100.
That's what both players are doing. Hugely advantageous to have the throw.
Oh, 43.
Like I say, it was a tight affair on Monday. Not so much yesterday with Nathan winning by 3 legs. Corrine has worked immensely hard. Not just in this game, but in all of her games today. She hasn't won one, but she's done herself a lot of credit with some of the fighting spirit she's shown.
87.
What a great last dart that is. Not entirely certain how it got in.
83.
And now she's got 6 darts from 150. A checkout she's taken today. $74 left.
90.
And she will return for 60 to have her first match darts of the day.
57.
And Nathan Girvin is cutting a very cheesed off figure. Double top. And Corrine Hammond gets her first victory of the day, and she gets her first victory for 48 hours against the player that she's beaten 48 hours ago. So she wins the head-to-head against Nathan Girvin and deals him a serious blow if he wants to keep his spot in the top 3. Speaking of which, it is Alan Norris who is playing Ben Hazel this time, and he will have a chance to get himself into the mix for the top 3 as well. Welcome to game number 12 of today's play. We have 4 matches remaining. And Mr. Ben has been a very worthy substitute for Robert Thornton today. He has amassed 4 points. And he still has 2 matches remaining. One against this guy, Alan Norris. And one against Nathan Girvin as well. So he's going to have a huge say as to who plays tomorrow night or during the day.
26.
26.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were waiting to start. Okay, I have 3 more.
Never rob a dart player of practice darts. They will tell you.
Broody hens.
With that win for Corrine Hammond over Nathan Girvan, he now can only get to 16 points. That was a huge favour that Corrine Hammond has just done for Jamie Kelling. He is currently in second spot on 16 points.
135.
He now needs a favour from Ben Hazel,
99.
who could do him a huge bit of gratitude if he takes out Norris and Girvin, his 2 remaining fixtures. If he does that, Jamie Kelling is going to be
67.
in second spot.
$47.
Alan Norris still grasping that lower back. We hope it's not too serious.
26.
Come on.
So the predicament for Norris is as such. He's on 14 points and a leg difference of minus 1. Win this match, he will join Kelling on 16 points. It will obviously depend on leg difference. It is going to come down to that if he wins.
100.
then that game he has with Richard North in game 14 as
78.
well could be massive. He may be catching Richard North at the right time because he has started to lose matches. He's lost 2 in a row now. Before we go to the
45.
depths of this match, though, I have to pay tribute to Corrine Hammond, who won that game 4-3 against Nathan Girvin with a doubles percentage of 57.
Jesus.
Her
80.
doubling has been absolutely sublime the last couple of games she's played.
Uh, 78.
Nicely for Ben after 6 visits. And Alan has been a little grumpy at times when playing the last couple of days. Sometimes
Oh, lovely. 28.
legitimately, sometimes somewhat covertly. He does expect a lot from himself. 88. Whether that was on purpose or not, I don't know. Some people do go treble 12 for 52. It didn't work out in the end though.
44.
And Norris will definitely go 18s first on this one to 8. The amount of times I've seen someone hit the treble 4 today going for the 18s is extraordinary.
58 left.
Double 4 for Ben.
No, sure.
Come
Oh,
on.
he's hit double 15. And Norris, judging by the come on we've just heard, definitely wants to get in the top 3, doesn't he?
Get her across.
I don't know whether that was an affectionate
Get
impression
in.
or not, but I tell you what, it's just worked. I get the feeling that that might make it to social media. Rob Cross, if you're watching, he's just mimicked you. And he's done it in a very good way because he's just taken 78 out to win the first leg. Hey, if it works, keep doing it.
Come on.
Rob Cross was not the first person to do that. Remember Kevin Painter in 2004? He started taking a step back before he would go for the leg-winning double. And it worked brilliantly for Kev.
43.
He made the world final that year and got very close to becoming a world champion. Something that Alan Norris almost tasted when he played Stephen Bunting 7 years ago.
93.
What he's trying to do with every dart is stay in the same body position. And when he goes out of position, he's walking away and coming back to the oche. He's obviously not comfortable.
Oh, wow. 23.
Alan Norris is one of those players who likes to kick the oche as well. I still don't get that. Of all of the years that I've been playing locally, internationally, people who kick the oche, I just don't understand why they do it. Well, Ben Hazel did go to Q school,
Come on.
but he did not get through the first phase of the event. He lost to Jack Main, lost to Jim McEwen,
No, sorry. 29.
and he also lost to Kevin Thomas, the Undertaker. So not getting through the first phase for Ben was
40.
not the best start to 2021, of course. And as to what he will do with his darts this year and potentially next year, that's entirely up to him.
115.
But a lot of people are in the same predicament. A lot of people who thought they had the talent to make the Pro Tour this year, but haven't. So they may be waiting for the likes of the WDF system to come back, and they could use something like this as a springboard. Well, Norris has got the lead here, 1-0. And he's got the scoring lead in leg 2 in what is a very, very scratchy game.
57.
We might be looking at two very tired dart players, but I don't think Ben Hazel has got that as an excuse. This is his first day of play. This is better.
125.
Until the last dart, which leaves a bogey number. One dart at tops.
Got that one nicely, like. Come on.
He's talking to himself, egging himself on.
40.
Not quite. It's always going to be difficult, that shot, when you go for tops, because the darts stacking upwards will obscure the target. That's exactly what Alan requires.
Game in 1.
And he has found it in 1. It's not a good game so far, but it's not about the averages. It's about just doing enough to get through this game with enough points to keep yourself in the frame for the top 3. And Alan Norris, so far, so good. Only 2 games have been won by a score of 4 legs to 0 today. The first one of the day against Alan Norris by Nathan Girvin. That was 4-0.
41.
And then Jamie Kelling beat Alan Norris 4-0 in Alan's second game. So he didn't win a leg
Come on.
until his third match. Since then,
95.
all of the games have been a lot closer. 4-3, 4-2, 4-3, 4-3, 4-2, 4-3. Sounds like a modified Morse code, doesn't it?
100.
Alan.
And these players have been so starved of action because of the
81.
pandemic that even just getting in the top 3 is something for them to shoot for. And you can tell with Alan Norris that that's what he wants. Even just the win of a darts match
82.
will make him feel a little bit better, considering he's not 100%. I don't know why he stayed
45.
on the treble 20 there. It just didn't make sense. Use a different part of the bed. I mean, different part of the bed, different part of the board.
100.
Alan.
When Norris gets to a finish, he seems to be able to find that all right. 2 hits from 3
41.
attempts. But it's getting there, that's the problem. There's a real difference between the demeanours of these two. Mr. Ben just plodding along, doing his thing, somewhat frustrated, but Norris
99.
somewhat annoyed with the fact that he's only left 140 after 5 visits. Ben was going for the treble 18 to lead 2 double tops there.
68.
Slips into the single 7, and Alan will fancy this chance now.
Alan.
They might have heard that back in Tamworth.
Don't pull it. 120.
Somewhat ironic when you do that. He has to rely on a miss from Ben now, and that is likely. He's left 21 with 2 darts. Double 10.
46.
And that miss offers Alan Norris the chance to be 3-0 up. 3 kicks of the hockey.
Come on.
And 3 darts needed. Woo, that was
3.
close. I tell you what, it wasn't a guide, or so you wouldn't think. But then it turns out it was a guide because he bumps it in off the dart next to the double 12 and into the corner of double 5. 3-0. Ben Hazel always knew that he was going to be
Stop pouring
in the
darts.
bottom half of the table, no matter what happened today.
60.
He has had some highlights. That win against the group table topper, Richard North, from 3-0 down. I was of the kind of mind that that would have given him a lot of confidence coming into this match. It hasn't been the case. Maybe just a bit of rustiness for a long day of darts kicking in.
96.
Three matches after this
41.
left in the schedule, and every player will have 1 match remaining.
Come on.
Everything is getting 100% of effort from Chuck. Can't accuse him of not trying,
94.
but it's all a bit of an effort.
45.
I think we're starting to see from these two as to why they're not playing with the elite. And I don't mean to be nasty, that's not my way. There is
Alan.
license to be truthful. If you want to play on the Pro
81.
Tour these days and you want to contend, you have to be averaging over 90. That is a fact. If you want to be winning titles, you need to be averaging over 95. And you need to stick in the odd 105, 110 average. Just to try those shoes on myself. That's why I have not won a ranking title in 10 years.
74.
But the averages in this game are more typical for a County B match.
60.
Come on. 60.
That looked like a painful dart. But he might get 6 darts from 106 to finish the job.
Yes, 41.
Can he get it finished now? Double
Sorry.
16 will do it. I think he's double checking to see if it's in. I've got some good news for you, Alan. It's in.
Come on.
Can't predict the future, but you can make the future by hitting double 16.
32 left.
Judging by his doubles percentage, which up to that point was 50%, you'd expect Alan to get the job done next time. And it will put him on 16 points, and +3, only 1 leg behind Jamie Kelling on the same points. So the battle for the second spot will continue. Double 16. Oh, he's doing the old ballet movement there. I think that was Warrior 3 in yoga. Well, it is double 8, and it is a 4-0 victory for Alan Norris. He is firmly in the mix for that second spot now with Jamie Kelling. We will find out how Jamie gets on in the next match, of course, and he does take on Corrine Hammond in a few moments' time. Welcome to game number 13 of 15 for today's action. Group A is coming to its climax now. We are in the final furlong as all 6 players will now have one match remaining to see where they are positioned. We know that Richard North is in the finals. He will not play again until Saturday, but not until he's played Alan Norris next. And that could have a bearing as to where he plays for the next couple of days. And it could be a result that helps this man right here.
It's Corrine throwing first. Game on.
All the best.
So as it stands, we have Nathan Girvin on 14 points with a better leg difference than that of Kelling and Norris. But he's 2 points behind those 2 players. They've both got 16 points. Norris and Kelling are separated by only 1 leg in the table.
68.
So if Jamie doesn't get the win here against Corrine, he's going to need Northy to do him a favour. And then he might need Ben Hazel to do him a favour. In fact, he will need Ben Hazel to do him a favour.
60.
If in doubt, Jamie, just beat Corrine. And then if Norris is beaten, you're safe. In second spot. And even if Norris isn't beaten by Northy, the likelihood is you are going to be alright for the top 3. Which means that you would play it tomorrow night
60.
and on Friday night instead of during the day. I'll be fascinated to hear from everybody tuning in today as to what you think is the easier proposition. Is it playing in Group C with only 5 players and 4 matches per player? Or is it having the extra match to play during the day where it's 6 players and 5 matches?
140.
Me personally, I think I'd rather play 5 matches. Now, Corrine Hammond off the back of her first victory of the day. And even before that victory against Nathan Girvin, she
59.
took Alan Norris to the brink. So she's feeling pretty good about her game right now.
Oh, nice goal.
Oh, she's bust the score, but that's just the equivalent of missing the double anyway. No major damage done, unless Jamie can find this 114.
58.
As I like to say it, second down and 16. And she finds double 4 to take the early lead. Corrine Hammond maybe taking advantage of the pressure on some of the other players, and she's free rolling now, and she has a nice start in this. Best of 7 again, of course, and she's 1-0 up. Much better scoring delivery there from Jamie Kelling, who has won their 2 previous matches this week.
100.
They played the last game of Monday. It was 4-1 to Jamie, an average of 80. It was a bit scratchy for him, but it was an important win because it was his first of the week. He'd lost his previous 4, and getting that first win against Corrine Hammond allowed him to build a platform for the next day. He then played Corrine in the first game of yesterday and won 4-1 again. And he had a much improved Tuesday.
40.
Corrine could exact a measure of revenge for those 2 defeats if she could deny Jamie Kelling his 18th point.
100.
And don't forget that Jamie Kelling has not lost today.
100.
A win in this match and he will have the perfect 5 wins from 5. But if Jamie wants any extra good news, it's the fact that with 1 match left for everyone, nobody's going to catch him anyway. Because he is going to be top of the daily tree. Ben Hazel on 4, Richard North on 4, Alan Norris on 4, Corrine on 2, and Nathan Girvin on 2. They've all failed today, where Jamie has succeeded. So if you've had money on Jamie Kelling to win today's daily title, well done. You are a winner. Is Jamie Kelling a winner in leg 2?
Yeah, 3.
Yes, he is. I'm not sure that was the proportion of the bed that he was going for, but I guarantee you this, that is a very, very fine check out of 120 to be 1-all after 2. Still haven't had a better finish than that 150 from Corinne Hammond earlier. That was a very stylish out.
140.
If Jamie's going to continue to play like this into tomorrow night, he's going to cause problems for players.
59.
I might have to try and dig out some of the footage of that New Kids on the Hockey thing from years ago, which had Jamie in it, with the likes of Aaron Monk, Joe Cullen, Michael Smith, Matt Gallett.
46.
Some great young talent. I'd be fascinated to see how their throws were back then, considering how they throw now.
95.
Maybe a little bit more in the way of wrinkles or facial hair now, especially in the case of Michael Smith. A few more tattoos if you're Joe Cullen.
41.
I think the proportion of his upper body when it comes to tattoos is more than 50% now.
59.
And it feels like an eternity since we've seen the likes of Cullen and Michael Smith, the people not in the Premier League. Well, ranking action does return later this week from Germany.
100.
Jamie has 6 darts from 164 to get the lead for the first time in this match, and that's a really good second dart.
100.
It's not a bulldozing performance so far, it's just enough.
57.
Treble 16 potentially. Gets that for double 8.
Hey there.
Just pushes it inside. And Jamie's just hit this shot. So why not hit him back with it? The second dart was full of authority, but in the end it was too much authority. And the authority in leg 3 is Jamie Kelling, who takes the lead for the very first time. He is now halfway to victory in this match and getting ever closer to the perfect day. Is it going to be a perfect day? We'll soon find out. And before you say anything, no, I'm not going to sing the song. Nobody wants to hear me sing.
100.
I think there have been times when I've sang in the commentary box, but I have this tendency to get carried away with darts.
60.
It's in my DNA. That's what I like to call my dart nucleic acid. been playing since I was 3 years old. I don't remember a time where I couldn't and didn't want to play darts.
82.
And I've been fortunate enough to go all the way around the world to see how people play it in different continents, different cultures.
41.
And I often get asked, what's the most interesting place you've ever played darts in? Well, it was in Australia. Although I did play darts in Hawaii on a soft tip board once, which was rather fun. But
59.
I have to reserve the most interesting place for a place in New South Wales called Broken Hill. And if you want me to paint a picture of what Broken Hill's like, well, it's very arid. There's not a great deal there. But that's where they filmed the movie Mad Max. The original one with Mel Gibson.
100.
I ended up losing in the final of an event there to South Australian Andrew Towns.
100.
As the format for that event was double start 301. Talk about a format that can bite you.
44.
It's not the only thing that can bite you in Broken Hill. There's plenty of spiders and snakes there.
80.
That's what you call a good 80 for Jamie Kelling to lead double 10. Oh, could we? Not quite.
140.
Fabulous try though from Corrine. But Jamie is looking at double 10.
Yeah, and 2.
He's the double 5 king. Every single time he's left double 5 today, he has found it. And he's now within one leg of clinching that daily title with a piece of perfection. Looking for the perfect 10, and he's only one leg from it. I'm sure Corrine has played some darts in some fabulous places around the world, especially with the Asia Pacific Cup. That would have taken us to some incredible places like maybe Korea, Japan,
40.
New Zealand, all over the places like Malaysia, where darts is massive. I always thought that a perfect place to take darts again would be Kuala Lumpur, where
100.
the WDF World Cup was staged once. Gary Anderson went there early in his career.
100.
They have, of course, held the World Cup in Perth in Australia as well. Raymond van Barneveld went there and won the Pacific Masters there. No World Cup this year, of course, which was released recently. That's sad news. No Europe Cup either. We hope they're back soon, because I know there are a lot of people who are really looking forward to those tournaments. Great last start from Rinnie. It does, however, depend on what Jamie does here in relation to pressure on her 101 outshot. She's more likely to take it, especially with that first dart. Double 16.
85.
And this is now Jamie's first chance to finish his day. Does the right thing and goes high again with dart 3. Went on 60 points. Corrine cannot afford to miss. And she doesn't. It is the fifth leg to her. So she's going to stay battling. And she has seen a few deficits today. She's seen 3-0. But that brought her into a battle where she took it to leg 7. Can she do the same in this match? Both of the averages are in the late 70s.
45.
The checkered percentages are a little bit more improved, especially for Jamie Kelling on 43%.
135.
But she won't give up,
140.
and neither will he in his quest to finish his work for this group in this leg. She will have played a lot of tournaments in Australia,
40.
some of the greatest, of course, the likes of the Australian Grandmasters in Canberra, the Australian Masters in Geelong. Fabulous tournament, that one.
100.
Do a lot of great dart tournaments in the Central Coast as well, up towards her hometown of Newcastle in New South Wales, and a fair bit up towards Queensland, just north of where she's from. I'd say just north, it's about a 2-hour flight. He's made his move over the last 6 darts. He may have done enough,
60.
and he's only 2 darts away from perfection. It's all been about gradual progression this week for Jamie Kelling. He started Monday with 2 points. Yesterday, he got 6. Today, it could be another 4-point jump
59.
to get the perfect 10. Tops
Yeah, I'm on.
finishes it 10 points from 10, undefeated today. And I tell you what, he does deserve it. He's worked really, really hard this week. He is your daily winner. He hasn't won the group though. That's been won by Richard North. He plays his final group game of Group A next against Alan Norris, who is in the mix for the top 3. Penultimate match of today's play and penultimate match of Group A, of course. Won by this guy. But he hasn't won his last 2 matches. Really interesting. And if you think there's nothing on this game, you'd be wrong. Because Alan Norris, who squeaked a win against Ben Hazel a couple of games ago, is scraping for the top 3. He's currently in the top 3, But he's trying to keep pace with second placed Jamie Kelling. Now the only way that Alan Norris can get second spot in the table is if he wins 4-0 against Richard North right now.
It's Alan throwing first. Game on.
Come on.
Jamie Kelling has a better head-to-head record against Alan
43.
Norris this week, so that comes into play. If Alan Norris wins 4-1 against Richard North, he will have the same points, the same leg difference,
83.
but the inferior head-to-head record. So in order to jump Jamie Kelling in the table to second spot, he has to win 4-0. Having said that,
1, 2, 1.
to stay in the top 3, all he needs is any win. And he will take Nathan Girvin out of play. Simple as that. He will be out of reach. With Nathan finishing Group A with his game against Ben Hazel
81.
next. Richard North is not going to beat Mike Warburton's 26-point Group A record. But he could equalise what Martin Adams did 2 weeks ago and what Robert Thornton did in week 2 by getting 24. Any victory in this match will give him that.
26.
But he has dropped off in the last couple of matches, it has to be said.
81.
He let it slip against Ben Hazel. 3-0 up, cruising. Thinking that life was rosy. Lost the next 4 legs and lost the first 2 of his match against Jamie Kelling. Consequently losing that match
100.
to Mr. Perfect today. See, there would be a walk-on song for Jamie Kelling, the Mr. Perfect soundtrack from the wrestling. Oh, one of the most spine-tingling walk-on songs ever.
Come on.
60 for Bull.
Alan.
And I don't think we've seen anybody in the Online Darts Live League in the last 6 weeks talk to themselves
51.
or the board or their darts as much as Alan Norris. Double top.
92. Okay.
He's not going treble 13, is he? Why would you do that? Bullseye.
41 left.
If he'd have hit that, I would have said he knows best then. But that was a bad move.
10.
And they were bad darts, it has to be said. None of them were scaring the target.
No.
41 then. And this time he decides on tops,
Come on.
not double 16. And that one is severely dragged to the left.
6.
Double 5. Turns into double 1.
Yeah, 3.
Turns into a 1-0 lead for Richard North, and somehow he breaks the throw in 24 darts. He will not understand how, but he has. And it could be one of those scratchy games that we've already seen today. It might not be that classic that we saw between these two in game number 14. The same spot on Monday,
85.
because they dealt us an absolute belter.
Come on.
Alan Norris lost 4-3 with an average of 100.14 and 60% on his doubles.
50.
But Richard North was just too good. He had 106.64 with 40% on doubles being good enough.
81.
That game, without a doubt, has been the best of the 44 we've seen so far. I think Alan's tactic right
85.
now is to try and stay motivated, to try and stay pepped up. I don't mind that. But there is such a thing, and I know that
100.
it makes me a little bit of a hypocrite saying this. There is such a thing as being too pepped up.
Come on.
I remember spending a bit of time with Alan a few
85.
seasons ago. We were in a snooker club in Barnsley, just having a chat and a practice with Kevin Painter. Much fun we had.
105.
We were just chatting about equipment that night and football and all sorts of things about his travels around the world.
Come on.
We were talking about collecting dart sets and things like that. Next
Wow.
morning he just gave me a set. I still have them in mint condition. And they're signed. And I thought, I'll keep a hold of those. What a lovely gift. Lovely gift.
90.
That's what you've got to do with darts these days. When you buy a set for yourself, you buy a set to use, you leave a set in the box in mint condition. If you don't know why, you've never seen the Antiques Roadshow.
57.
Tops for North for an improved second leg. Wow. He will not believe that that one didn't drop in, but he found the gap between the two. $54 bull, the only route left. The only route left. Perfect. Not so perfect.
41 left.
And surely North
Sorry.
will get tops this time. This is his preferred double.
Yeah, I'm free.
Seen a little bit of frailty from the Richard North game in the last couple of games and indeed the last couple of legs. But ultimately he has been too good for Chuck Norris. Halfway to getting to 24 points and 2 legs from that. Will he get it done 4-0? Got to get to 3-0 first, of course. You can't win 4-0 without getting to 3-0 first.
Oh, he's joking. 7.
When your opponent is not playing well, it's actually more difficult for you to play well. Especially when you're in the same room. It's different online because you can't sometimes see their pain or their anguish.
100.
Trust me, Northie can see everything here. And what he's trying to do
100.
is just plod along and do his thing. Away from the dartboard, he is one of the top 5 talkers I've ever met.
Up.
That's why he got the nickname the Mouth of the South for a little while. He's up there with the likes of Alex Roy.
60.
I love Alex Roy, but boy is he garrulous, loquacious.
85.
Pick your word. I wonder who would win in a talk-off between Alex Roy and Richard North. I think it'd be Alex.
100. Jeez.
When he's on the dartboard, though, he is silent.
97.
He does like to let his darts do the talking. He's never been one for the flashy walk-ons or anything like that. Northie's been about accuracy.
Oh, that's close, man. 48.
He does have a pretty cool walk-on song, though, Shotgun. By George Ezra, a very famous track.
90. Yeah.
Gets the crowd going. He's in position to get to that 3-0 scoreline that I mentioned. Taking advantage of the obvious struggles of Norris, who is in danger of losing 3rd spot on the table.
68.
Lose this match and Nathan Girvin beating Ben Hazel, that would be 4th position for Norris. Tops for North.
Yeah, I'm free.
He's better at the combinations than he is at 3 at the double. And when you're in the combination rhythm, it just seems to be a little bit easier sometimes. And that has been the case for Richard North in this match so far as he takes a 3-0 lead. Norris's leg difference will go back to minus if he loses this leg. It will go to -1. And with Nathan Girvin's
Come on.
leg difference at +10 before he plays his next match, it's just about the points. It's nothing to do with the leg difference. And Northie's in no charitable fettle. A couple of 140s to start this 4th leg. He looks good to win it. 4-0.
81. 105.
A very good leg. The best of the contest by some distance. He was useful in leg 2,
Get up.
but fiddled around with the doubles too much.
45.
Might not be the case here as he looks for 419s and tops.
96.
That was his first match dart gone. That would have been to finish with a 12 darter. Alan is going to have to wait to see whether he will play tomorrow during the day or tomorrow night. It will depend on what happens with Nathan Girvin in the next match, because he has lost to Richard North again, and Richard North finishes Group A as the champion on 24 points. Alan Norris will have to wait because the last match, Nathan Girvin and Ben Hazel, will stipulate where he plays, and it also will stipulate where Nathan plays. It's all on the line. Will it be tomorrow night or will it be tomorrow during the day? It's up to Nathan Girvin. Final game of Group A, and it is with something on the line. A couple of things for that matter, not just in this game but in external matters as well. The 18-year-old from Arbroath, which is in the northeast of Scotland, takes on the 30-year-old from Hertfordshire. I've never been to Woolmer Green. Sounds like a nice place. I'll have to check it out. I've been to Hertfordshire many times. Beautiful county, just north of London. But if Nathan Girvin can win this match against Ben Hazel, he will do two things. He will not only get himself off the foot of the table for today, he will also qualify for Group C for tomorrow night and Friday night. So, win and you're in, or win and then you're off the bottom as well.
Game on.
So it's up to you, young man. If you win this and get third spot in the Group A table, behind Richard North and
100.
Jamie Kelling, you will demote Alan Norris to 4th position. with Ben Hazel and Corrine Hammond, who will return potentially tomorrow.
41.
And then, of course, it will be Nathan Girvin and Jamie Kelling going to tomorrow night.
45.
We can confirm that Wes Newton, Jared Cole and Fallon Sherrick will play tomorrow during the day, so that is a terrific group. You've got the multiple PDC title winner, multiple major finalist
60.
Wes Newton playing tomorrow against the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick, and Jared Cole, the #1 contender for the World Modern Amateur Darts title. A very useful talent who is also from Hertfordshire, the home of Ben Hazel. But I do believe Ben plays for Bedfordshire.
45.
It's been a very interesting day for Ben.
100.
He lost to Jamie Kelling, which, let's face it, considering Jamie's won every game today, it's not a bad thing. He won against Corrine Hammond, not without a scare though.
83.
He then beat Richard North from 3-0 down. And he's also suffered a 4-0 defeat to Alan Norris in what can only be described as a forgettable game. Advantage Girvin in this
Oh, come
last best of 7 match for this group. The fresh-faced kidder from Arbroath needs tops.
73.
And another ton plus checkout from him. I make that the 5th at least for today. He's looking to finish things off the way he started today with 3 ton plus checkouts in the first match. There's one of them. Can he get any more? Sounded a bit Scottish that, didn't it? Can he get any more? I've spent way too much time with Robert Thornton over the years. And John Henderson.
96.
And I wish both of those guys a lot of luck this weekend in Germany. John going for ranking money. Robert just going for money.
41.
And that's the reason why we have Ben Hazel here. He was subbed in because Robert got the call. Because, from what I hear, quite a lot of the big hitters
58.
are not visiting Germany for the ranking action over this weekend and the early part of next week for their own reasons.
100.
You sense with the way that Ben has played in this match so
45.
far and his last match that maybe just a B performance from Nathan will be good enough to get the job done.
60.
Really has struggled in the last couple of games, has Ben. He almost reminds me of a player that once beat me at the National Winmau playoffs
Oh,
for the World Masters.
28.
There's a guy that used to play for Berkshire called Gary Bloom. His nickname was Mr. Blobby. That's not a slur on Ben Hazel, but he looks very similar to Gary Bloom. Tall, same hairstyle. Gary Bloom, I believe, was about 6'8".
45.
He's a very imposing fella. I wonder what he's doing now. Berkshire, of course, the royal county of Paul Hogan, who has graced the finals. I wonder if we'll get another look at Crocodile Dundee in the coming weeks. You're not going to get another look at me this week because this is my last game of week 6. You'll have Chris Mason back tomorrow.
79.
Good lead from Nathan. Oh, great first start from Ben. Can he find double 16?
76.
He cannot. And Nathan is looking to double his lead. Oh, that's a bad dart though. Well, there's 18 of them. Double 3. Simple. 9933. Fabulous shot. And that may be one of those shots that never leaves his memory. We all have one of them now and again. And you think, how could you possibly take 24 in a different way? Well, that was a bit different. He does look a little bit older now than when he graced 2 World Youth Finals at Lakeside. He lost to 2 of the best youth players that we've seen ever in Justin Van ter Houw, who we haven't heard a lot of lately,
26.
and of course Leighton Bennett. That Leighton Bennett performance was
100.
rather special in winning 3-0 against Nathan at the Lakeside, and the celebration for that title, I'm sure, sticks in a lot of people's memories, as he did a bit of a Dean Winstanley, running the entire length of the stage.
60.
And there was a photograph taken during that match of Leighton in the air whilst celebrating. It was quite an incredible snap.
95.
That was, of course, the last time we went to Lakeside, where the champions were Glenn Durrant, Mikuru Suzuki, and Leighton Bennett.
26.
He has not given a great deal away this week, as Nathan. He's been stone-faced, which is a very good quality to have as a dart player. He's been taking advantage of people's weaknesses.
29.
One game I'd love to see if Nathan takes this win is him against Martin Adams tomorrow night, with an
100.
age difference of 46 years. We saw that a little bit last year in the league with Keane Barry playing Martin Adams, but it was only 45 years,
100.
the difference in age. 25 for double 18 potentially, but he's under zero pressure,
45.
and he will come back for double 8 to be 3-0 up. Two 8s for 3-0. No problem whatsoever. He's been very good on the doubles, has our Nathan. He's been 2/3 again, 67%. I said our Nathan. He's not even a relative. Well, we just call him our Nathan because he's a great young dart player and we wish him the best. And he has got one leg to go to finish this campaign in Group A. He's actually 60% on his doubles. My calculations slightly askew there. 3 from 5.
100.
Then 0 from 2. Those 2 shots at double 16 in the first leg. I went by the wayside on a 92 checkout attempt.
60.
60.
That's the better first start for Ben. He can use that to glide this in
140.
much better. Exactly what Nathan requires here to stay in touch. isn't able to get any trebles at all.
Sixty.
Still 2 trebles required to get in touching distance. Trying to flick that last one in underneath that very small flight that he uses. I believe it's the same kind of flight that Phil Taylor uses. Who apparently
140.
is going to be swapping his darts for a pool cue very soon. If you don't know anything about that, read the Online Darts Twitter page for the article written on that.
43.
2 8s for Ben Hazel to get his first leg in quite some time. And he finds double 8. It's the first leg he's had in 3 matches. He is not going to be bageled in this one, but Nathan Girvin is still a heavy favourite at 3-1 up, and he still needs that 1 leg to bag a top 3 spot. Having to work extremely hard right now is Nathan. And at this time of day, you do tend to find
100.
that the autopilot just becomes a bit more workmanlike. This is a bit better.
140.
Not just a bit better, much better. Maybe young Nathan is really key
26.
on waiting for development to action to return. That is the next logical step for him in his career.
45.
But the next step for him, after winning this game potentially, will be to get more experience and to stay sharp. To try and put in some more eye-popping displays, especially on doubles, which has been his strength this week. Looking to finish the job in style. I like that use of the bullseye. He's trying to get to 130 there. Just fails to do so.
$100.
Not under a great deal of pressure either. So 6 darts from here. We'll have him finishing on 18 points. Sorry, 16 points. And a better leg difference than Norris. If he does get this 16 out, just imagine Wes Newton versus Alan Norris tomorrow. That could be fiery. Double 8. He's missed double 4 for the first time in a while. And he has missed the lot. If you are going to miss double 2, you're probably better off hitting the 17 and going back to the start.
130.
I wouldn't miss it this time, Nathan. And he hasn't missed it. There he hits a double 4, and it is 4-1 to Nathan Girvin, and he has found his way to 3rd spot in the table. Alan Norris then goes to 4th, which means he will play in tomorrow morning session, not tomorrow night. That's where Kelling and Girvin are going. Well, Richard North is going to Saturday night. 24 points for him in Group A. He's the winner. He is the one who goes to the finals. Chris Mason will be back tomorrow from 9:30 in the morning to bring you Group B, and of course tomorrow night from 9:30 p.m. for Group C. So tune in via the Online Darts YouTube channel or via your preferred bookmaker site. Please gamble responsibly when we return. But this is Paul the Asset Nicholson. I am signing out for the week. It's all up to Chris Mason when we return tomorrow. See you guys later.